Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But first and foremost, before we begin today, scale of 1 to 10, how are we feeling energetically? There are no wrong answers. I actually want to say, I feel like we might be feeling a little bit of easement at the moment, energetically. It's gonna strap back in like the next couple of days. The moon is currently in Sag, and I do feel like that is giving a little bit more of an easement in terms of all of the retrograde energy that we're currently experiencing. But that said, the things that we want to be wary about that are happening this week. 1, we are still moving very quickly into eclipse season. And what we want to be effectively careful and conscientious about is, and we've been talking a lot about this, eclipses do not have a particular energetic signature. They basically just amplify the energy that we're currently experiencing. This retrograde energy is very intense. So we're going to be going into this eclipse season with a lot of planets in retrograde. And the thing about that is, not only are we going to be going into the retrograde season with a lot of planets in retrograde, there is another planet that will be going into retrograde this week, and that will be Uranus. I'm going to keep on saying the same things I've been saying for the last few days, or the last few weeks, that is, which is I want you to be focusing on grounding right now. I want you to be focusing on building out your schedule, checking things twice. That's this type of energy that we're experiencing right now. And we also have the fact that Mercury is going to also be moving into Virgo tomorrow, which, and again, the things that we want to be very, very conscientious about. And this is the one thing I have a little bit of anxiety in relationality to Mercury being in Virgo and a Uranus retrograde happening at the same time. Because one of the things that we often recognize when we're going through retrograde cycles is it can bring out frustrating situations or circumstances. It can work through a lot of the stuff underneath the surface of things. Now, the thing with it is Uranus already is an energy that is working on things under the surface. It's just like, it's those minor irritations. It's working on the things that are hard to see. And so we're going to start this week with this important affirmation, which is the fact is that you are not a mess. You are a work in progress. That the ability for that when energetic hurdles come up, the ability to move through something, it's a lot of that continuation of what we were working through with that recent full moon energy that we experienced. And you'll remember that last full moon that we experienced was in Aquarius, which is the space when we are able to let go of the way that we anticipate something to be. We are able to often see a way we can do something in an even better fashion. That's the type of energy I'm talking about. The ability of understanding that perfection isn't about finding perfect, but by taking a situation and making the best with it. And I think that that's going to be something that is very, very important, particularly as we move deeper into this week with a lot of that intensity that may occur with the eclipse cycle. working through already a lot of those feelings that we may be experiencing as it relates to perfection that often arrive when we are working on or working through Virgo energy, having the amplification of that Virgo energy that is potentially occurring in the space by which we recognize that Mercury will also be moving into Virgo. And then at the same exact time as the eclipse is hitting, as the full moon eclipse is hitting, we're also going to be having Uranus moving into a retrograde. Just focus on working through the context of the self. Now, how this is, I will tell you right now, how this is impacting energy throughout the frequency cycles right now. I'm effectively seeing that this is the culmination of a lot of those temperance energies that we've been recognizing and identifying have been coming together right now. One of the reasons we've been talking about that is the way that we read here is we read the cycles that we see that the energy is moving to as it relates to partnership. Now, we've been talking a lot about the fact that we've seen recently that this last cycle, which has basically started from about the solstice period up until the present, has been very much working through temperance lessons. So I've been identifying these as temperance relationships, the understanding of mutual effort that allows anything to be possible so long as there is a mutuality and relationality to the direction that something is going. These relationships have been having incredibly strong foundations to be able to come together in this type of energy with these many planets retrograding. It has been testing the energy. It has been potentially feeling energetically triggered, working through a lot of experiences of the past, potentially arriving back spiritually, energetically, or even tangibly. But this is what we mean in relationality to these being temperance partnerships, because they have remarkably good direction sense. It is the observation and understanding of what feels like it is moving in a nourishing direction that is helping them identify whether the work needs to happen internally or externally. And so for a lot of these relationships, potentially even predicating not only the experience by which they've been finding one another, but also almost seeing the predication or the prediction that they had in relationality to something that they were healing from versus another person trying to wait out another person's emotionality. There's a lot of this energy that is feeling that vitality in terms of the sense of confidence that they're bringing forth into new partnership, and potentially even expressing to one another the relief or easement that they're feeling, having experienced wounds of others that did not necessarily have the ability to embody the manifestation. What does it often look like when you're not able to embody a manifestation? It can be the articulation of saying that you're trying to heal from something up until the time that it arrives back to you, and then you move in the direction of the thing that you've been trying to say that you've been healing from. So for a lot of those energies, being able to express that release and relief, it is fortifying, it is grounding, but it's also very energetically bittersweet, because a lot of this energy is potentially articulating upon the situations or circumstances from the past by which they've been trying to work through so rigorously. Now, we do see that there are some energies that are still in separation at this time, and they may be going through the same processes. And for a lot of the energy in separation, the identification of understanding what time can and cannot heal, the recognition that time can often heal the context where we bring an overabundance of emotionality to something that is marginal or small or insignificant. We do see that there may be some resolution that is occurring, but those are the situations or circumstances by which that is happening. The accountability of bringing too many emotions to something that was not very energetically important. At the same time, if these are situations with energy that is moving away from something where they felt a lot of emotionality because their standards were being challenged, the ability of someone potentially trying to come back, not really identifying the desire to restore something, but hoping that time would allow the effective erasure of a standard. We see that for a lot of the energy right now, feeling frustrated instead of devastated is actually helping a lot of energy release trauma, because it is the understanding of being able to see an unhealthy cycle that is allowing them to move away from it more effectively. Now, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, we've been identifying that these were a lot of those magician partnerships. And again, the difficulty with this energy right now, it's the frustration that fortifies direction. Like that is the hallmark of temperance lessons. So for a lot of those energies, identifying potentially having to go through some healthy static right now. So the ability to effectively advance a timeline, because we saw that a lot of those magician relationships, specifically the partnerships that were happening between the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune, these were effectively relationships that were founded or built upon the authenticity of the self. And these are coming together very quickly. We even saw that there may have been some surprise energy as it relates to proposals or things coming together much sooner. And having to explain to energy outside of partnership, chirality lessons, which is the observation that sometimes we move in a way that feels like it's not healthy to us, in the same way we do when something is positive. These could be real energies that are explaining to those that may express concern about the rapidity that the partnership is coming together, and the difference between potentially rushing things in the process based around past connections from a point of desperation, rather than experiencing the movement towards a lot of efficacy in terms of the directionality of moving something quickly together from a place of celebration. So while there may be frustration in having to potentially talk about a past that they'd rather not talk about, there is something very reaffirming in being able to do that work. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union right now. And this is just a reaffirmation that this energy right now is the most difficult for energy deep within divine union. Let this just serve as a lesson that it is not a quality in terms of being in one place or another. It's all about working through the lessons. I would not be surprised if you told me right now, deep within divine union, working through a lot of triggers, a lot of traumas, a lot of unnecessary energetic hurdles, or things that feel that they're not important, but very, very energetically inconvenient. Because as we noticed, for the energy in separation and the energy coming into divine union, the frustration that fortifies direction is affirming and helping the energy move deeper into divine union. For the energy deep within divine union, it's not fortifying the direction of something that already has a lot of stability, especially because you'll recognize that the last wave of energy that moved into divine union were working through chariot partnerships, wherein reliability was the standard, but rather feeling the effects or feeling the uncertainty of the self, potentially going through experiences that trigger you around past traumas, or working through personal blind spots. There may be a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that is working on becoming more comprehensive. And what does it feel like when we're being more comprehensive? We have that, and this is the hard part about this Virgo energy. The Virgo energy almost wants us to drill down into something. It wants us to over focus on something. But being able to be energetically comprehensive, working through those Aquarian moon cycles, requires us almost to step back to be able to see the energetic bigger picture. The advantage for a lot of the energy deep within divine union is, if these are modalities or moments where one is feeling too hard on the self, the ability of having a counterpart there to reaffirm and help orient in relationality to that perspective is helpful. Though for a lot of the challenge right now, the energy deep within divine union, it's not projecting that frustration, the personal frustration, out onto external counterpart. Now, that's where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to find this full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are we doing today? Welcome, Goose. Good to see you. Grace, thank you for getting on the list today. You'll be the first person read for. You will also have an additional card in your reading. How are you doing today, Nawal? And welcome, V. Thank you, V, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. 6.76523. That is the type of Virgo energy I would expect someone giving in terms of how you're feeling numerically right now, Grace. A 6 for you as well, Allie. Good to see you. Delta, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Good to see you as well, Ava. Queen of Swords, thank you for recharging your heart me's today. Remember, if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 cards, recharging those heart me will get you one. I am a mess and I like this mess. That's good, right? That's exactly the type of energy we need to navigate right now, Chrissy. Allowing for the space of allowing the messiness to fortify you in terms of what you're trying to do better. Hi there, little vamp. Good to see you today. And Bren Sue, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising Heather and Frederick, thank you for the follow. Good to see you today, Allie. Clap cheeks. Welcome. Thank you for those gifts. Hi there, Stephen from the UK. I'm doing well today. How are you? Hi there, G Bread. Thank you for the follow. And Stephen, thank you for the follow. BB, thank you for the gifts. I hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. So good to see you. Delta Lady, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Always a pleasure, BB. How are you doing with this energy right now? Listen, it's going to be a little hard for my Tauruses. All right. I'm just going to tell you, if I'm going to go through the energy right now, this type of energy right now can be frustrating for Taurus energy, can be frustrating. I'm going to tell you right now, this can be a little frustrating for Virgo energy. I know it's your season, but the thing is, it's the fact that we've got so many planets retrograding in Virgo season. It can create a lot of that feeling of desiring for something to be perfect and not seeing that happening around the self. It can also be a little difficult for those with Pisces placements, given the fact that we've got a Pisces full moon coming up. Hi there, Team Ilsana. Good to see you as well today. Hi there, Pisces, Jenna. My dog, Athena. Oh, sweetheart. They transition. I'm sending you so much support, dear. I hope that I totally agree. I'm happy to hear they're at peace, but I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I know how difficult that is. And again, thank you so much. Good to see you this morning, Ella. I hope you're doing well. Pisces, happy Monday. This energy is crazy. Pisces, Sun, I know for Pisces right now, I am going to tell you, and I want to be conscientious about this. I listen, this is just something I picked up on. Pisces moons can sometimes be very difficult for those with Pisces placements. It's because you're already like, it's like, it can feel like a lot. It can feel like a lot of working through the overwhelm. I'm going to say it's it's messy energy. And I wish I could tell you that it was going to get a little bit more clear, but we've got an eclipse happening with a lot of retrograde planets in retrograde, and we have another planet going into retrograde this week before that eclipse hits. So let's just be conscientious of that. BB, thank you so much for getting on the list as well, dear. You'll be the second person read for. Guys, make sure to give BB some love. They're fantastic. All right, guys. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. Before we get started on today's daily collective read, a couple of updates. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Tower card. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on, and I am so excited about this class, the Star card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that class. But if you wanted to catch up, now's also a great time to join because you've got a few days. You got a couple weeks here before that class. You can study up, take as many of the classes as you want. You can focus on any major arcana you want to focus on. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary, you will also receive you will also receive access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. And you'll also have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, working towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles. I just wrote one recently on that full moon we had, on the new moon we just had in Virgo. I'm going to be writing one shortly on this. I'm going to be writing one this week around that full moon that we've got coming up because it's a doozy. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, dream interpretation readings, love readings, Akashic readings, and mind, body, spirit readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but also if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. How are you doing today, Ella? So good to see you. And welcome as well. Pisces moon here. Promise I love Pisces moons, though. That's the thing. But here's the thing, and that's what I mean with I think it might be for those with Pisces moon placements. I feel like this full moon might be a little bit easier. I'm more concerned because you're always kind of dealing with Pisces in the placement of the moon. I'm more concerned with those who've got Pisces sun or Pisces retrograde, when we've got a lot of Pisces moon energy coming in, especially with an eclipse like this, because it can feel like a lot of emotions. It can feel like a lot of things that are coming up at once. And given the fact that we've got Uranus that's also retrograding right before that full moon, it's like it could be feeling a lot of feelings, but it could be feeling annoyed at a lot of things as well. Because the thing is, like Uranus is like a lot of Uranus and Pluto, like it's a lot of the places that we often keep a lot of that shadow work. It's like it's stuff like that. Hi there. And I know, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Good to see you, Nikki. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I returned, dear. Yes, I had a little sojourn. At least my Gemini rising in me helps me laugh. I got to have fun with life. I feel like this is going to be like, I feel like the signs I think will probably move through this with a little bit more easement. Aries, Scorpio, Gemini. I was saying this the other day. It's a little bit of that, like even Sag, like it's a little bit of that like crack your knuckles kind of energy. You know what I mean? It's like it's a little bit of that. It's that type of energy, but it's going to be fine. We're going to get through it. But that's why I said, if you don't feel good right now, I want you to make sure you're feeling grounded. That's the thing I keep on telling everyone. If you're feeling ungrounded now, I want you to focus on grounding, because the energy is going to intensify before it settles down. And thank you for sharing the live, Nikki. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. One moment, please. Yeah, I'm Pisces. Oh, wow. You're double Pisces. Wow. Pisces sun and Pisces moon, Gemini rising. Okay. I feel like, yeah, I mean, like that. I mean, here's the thing. Those other 2 placements will potentially help with what we're about to come into. How about Pisces rising with Taurus North Node? Pisces rising with Taurus North Node, I'm telling you, I feel like the Uranus retrograde is potentially going to get under your skin. It's like, it's little, I'm going to say it again. It's little annoyances, little grievances. It's like it's a bunch of little things piling up at once. Now is not, I'm going to tell you again, I've been saying this repeatedly. Now is not the time to assume things. And now is not the time to, like if you're articulating annoyance about something, making sure you're able to communicate why, being able to put words to things, because this type of energy, it's very, very easy to project. That's the best way I can describe it. It is very, very easy to project. And we don't want to match energy right now. especially if something doesn't feel like it's energetically positive. We want to be the positive force of change. Grand Rising, Susan, and thank you so much for that gift. Good to see you today, C. Mike. Hope you're having a beautiful one. Thank you as well for that heart. Okay, got you, Nikki. I have 28-year-old twins that are Gemini. Oh, they must be a wild ride. They must be they probably keep you on your toes because they probably do things together all the time. Grand Rising, Queen of Swords. Yeah, that makes sense. You're so welcome, Ella. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So please make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So I wish you a lot of, so thank you so much for helping to share these messages. The other giveaway we are doing right now is going to be a reading giveaway to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Susan, you are currently in the highest running right now at a 111. So I wish you a lot of luck in participating in that giveaway as well. That said, if you'd like to get on the list right now, great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added to the list, please let me know sooner rather than later. I'll be happy to add you on the list as well. Welcome, Ronald. Thank you to everybody joining us across the other apps. That said, no better time than the present. Bumblebee, thank you so much for the follow. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, September 1st, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today. Oh my goodness, I'm not surprised to see it. We've got the Hermit card in its upright in combination with the King of Swords in its upright. So I'm gonna walk you guys through this. And I've been saying this for the last few days. The thing that we have to be conscientious with in this energy is there is a strong, and I want to walk you guys through it again so you understand like why we have to work so much on building into grounding right now. We have an intensification point that is happening right now of Virgo energy in Virgo season. We had that Virgo new moon as we entered Virgo season. We also have, and I want to say this, like the qualities and characteristics of Virgo energy are absolutely beautiful. Virgo energy has a tendency, they're like exquisite vibe identifiers, okay? But the thing you have to be conscientious about is the pathwork of understanding the healing that often those with Virgo placements come here to work through, right? Those with Virgo placements often have to heal from their ability of wanting to seek perfect in order to make perfect. And that's a lot of the deep lessons that often those with Virgo placements have to understand. When you seek perfection, you never find it. You literally live a life of discontentment. But when you work to heal from the sense of seeking perfect, but rather work on making perfect, then you surround yourself with energetic perfection because you're not demanding perfection of others. You're working to encourage it. You're working to evolve it. And so this is some heavy stuff. It takes a long time for those with Virgo placements to work through that because perfection is very difficult stuff in that way. This energy is making us feel a lot of the same things that those with Virgo placements feel. And it's going to get more intense because tomorrow Mercury is also moving into Virgo. So I'll tell you and I'll tell you right now, like the combination right now, we got Neptune and Saturn retrograding. Hard not to think about the past that feels like it keeps grabbing your attention, right? Like when the energy starts retrograding, it's hard to move past something. That's why it's retrograding. And Neptune and Saturn both work in the context of the past. So we've got Neptune and Saturn retrograding. So it's like the past being like, look at me. Okay, look at me. Look at me. Right. And you're like, I don't have time to look at the past. And then we've got Chiron and Eris that are, again, also retrograding in proximity. So put those together, and what do you have? You have the difficulty, the retrograde that we're going through right now is the difficulty in working through the past that is hard to let go of, because trauma makes us feel energetically messy, right? It is the space by which it is hard to let go of the past, because the complication or the chaotic nature of traumatic situations often calibrate for a lack of understanding upon something, which makes it hard to let go of. This is why we often talk about the idea or the understanding that chaos can be the closure point. That when something doesn't make sense, that is often the source of where trauma springs from. But a lot of that, working through this right now with the intensification of Virgo, it can create a lot of ability of things potentially feeling like they're not going the way that one expects, and then immediately wanting to over internalize on it, wanting to feel like it is based or caused upon the self. So this is why I keep on saying, and we learned a lot of this during that period. And that's why I was telling you, even now, I had so many people tell me, and I was predicating upon this. They can almost like tell me the exact date that they started feeling more chaotic in this retrograde cycle. And it was almost the moment that Mercury went direct, because Mercury retrograding does not cause issues. It helps us understand what we need to innovate upon. When we put compassion on the parts of us that feel energetically chaotic, we understand and we fortify by doing the best that we can. So for a lot of that energy, and this is why we have to be conscientious, compassion is communicating upon our passions. It's being able to speak upon something that has energetic meaning. The tendency in this energy is wanting to hermit up. It's wanting to go, like, I want to be alone. It's that type of energy. It's the energy that really, really wants to like encourage you to turn inwards upon the self. But being able to communicate upon how you're feeling is what allows something to be able to be worked through more energetically effectively. So I feel like that's a little bit of that frustration point that we see that can potentially occur in relationality to Hermit energy and King of Swords in its upright, right? Because it's a conversation that says to us, when we contemplate upon how we're feeling, rather than just projecting it outwards, we're able to understand and identify the direction that the healing must go. If it needs to go inwards, an inside problem, that would be Hermit energy, something that we're working through internally, versus something that we can do better outside of the self effectively. So I told you, this is a lot of the culmination of a lot of that work that we're seeing right now going through this Temperance energy. Now, how this is impacting the energies personally, for the energy in separation, there it is, right? The identification, and I keep on saying, this is the closure point. This is the transformation point of a lot of those energetic. I wasn't surprised to see this too. Like, I'm not surprised to see the fact that the Temperance lessons are kind of moving into the fortification point beyond this new moon, this new full moon cycle, because it's the understanding of what direction to move towards. Now, I did say, remember when I remember I spoke about the fact that it's not that I don't see some resolution that is potentially happening right now in the context of this type of energy. But the thing is, and I'll keep on telling you right now, the things I see that are being energetically resolved in energy such as this has to do with the difference between what time can and cannot heal. What can time heal? Time, when we say time heals all wounds, it's not clear enough. Time heals wounds by doing one thing and one thing only, allowing for the context of perspective to be able to be brought forth to something. For instance, when we feel too much emotionality over something that is very small, and the observation of us bringing too much emotionality, something that should have been an inside problem, to an outside situation, the ability to energetically resolve something in that way, I do see that there is a margin of resolution that is occurring in this frequency. And those are the type of conversations that we are identifying and recognizing that are allowing for that sense of fundamental healing to occur. I also see some energy in separation right now. What time cannot heal is those modalities or moments where we hold an energetic standard. And what's problematic is we hate bringing emotions to standards. But when we have to bring emotions to hold a standard, that's when it becomes a boundary, right? We don't desire to bring emotions to standards, but sometimes we have to in order to protect and defend them. We often feel terrible when we move away from situations like this. We often carry unnecessary grief directed towards the self and saying, why was I so reactive about this? But this is how time also heals those experiences. Because what does time say? Hey, listen, I can't fix that for you. But if you come with me a little bit further, I'll be able to give you something that you don't have at this moment. And that's perspective. And what's difficult about a lot of those those journeys, those healing journeys, is often something that we feel bad about bringing emotionality to at the moment that we have to. We move further down with time and we have perspective and say the reason we felt bad was not because it was unnecessary, but because we had no energetic choice but to do so. That is the emotionality that rises up to protect an energetic standard. And this is why, if these are situations or circumstances where another person moved away from someone expecting that time was going to resolve something for them, but meanwhile, like having seen somebody as overly emotional, but at the time that someone was feeling emotional, they were holding an energetic standard. They come back a time like this. I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of rude awakenings that are happening because it's the observation that it feels. And the reason I keep on calling it rude awakening is there's nothing more discourteous than coming back to someone and saying, are you done being emotional? And someone saying, I wasn't being emotional, I was being fundamental. That wasn't an over emotionality point that you witnessed. That was holding on to an energetic standard, and the space by which we understand that we don't heal relationship by creating states of desperation. There's a lot of energy in separation that is healing from toxic situations that we're trying to engender a space of desperation instead of direction. I also see that a lot of relationships right now, this is the transition point of a lot of those temperance relationships. The observation and the recognition of being able to understand the value of not only the articulation of mutual direction, but also recognizing and identifying the embodied manifestation. Because for a lot of those relationships, predicating upon the fact that they were moving in the direction of healthy healing and then having the retrograde arrive where the past has effectively come back and not having it change their direction sense, a lot of those relationships are breathing a sigh of release and relief and continuing forward on their energetic forward journeys deeper into partnership. This brings us to the energy right now, moving deeper into divine union. And those are those magician partnerships that were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. Boom. Three of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our High Priestess in its reversal. This High Priestess in its reversal is very similar to the Hermit. I'm not surprised to see these right now, opposition, like across the board on each other in relationality to this. This energy is having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into divine union, we see that this is a lot of work in clearing healthy static. Why do we see that there's healthy static that is emerging right now for the energy moving deeper into partnership? For a lot of these relationships, I told you, these are relationships that some of them only came together in March. And they've been progressing their timelines very rapidly. The healthy static that we are potentially identifying outside of partnership may feel like it's energetically warranted because it's understanding, and they're working through chirality lessons, which is the identification point that sometimes we move in a way that is restorative to us, that sometimes looks reflective of something that we did in the past that was not healthy for us. So the ability for the energy to articulate upon the difference between moving with rapidity towards something from a space of celebration, not trying to change it, but just to amplify the fact that one feels energetically restored in partnership, may look similar to experiences in the past where they were moving with expediency towards situations of desperation, desperately trying to fix or resolve something by moving it deeper into partnership, understanding that that never occurs. So for a lot of these energies, working to identify and recognize outside concern, but being able to put that balm of clarity to it It may feel uncomfortable. Here comes that Uranus retrograde because it requires that space of unpacking the past. But it is the unpacking of the past that feels like it's energetically restorative because they're able to articulate to others the differences in terms of how far they've come. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union right now. And I told you this type of energy right now is most unhelpful for energy deep within divine union, just to show you that not all, like this is not, it's not everything's not qualitative on where you rest on the frequency cycles. There's that 10 of swords in its reversal. There it is. 10 of swords in its reversal. We like to see the 10 of swords in its reversal because it works. It's a lot. I keep on seeing it's a lot of, I would not be surprised right now if you're deep within divine union and you're working very hard on building into spaces of productivity. There's something very important that we see right now in relationality to the energy deep within divine union becoming more comprehensive. And when you're becoming more energetically comprehensive, it sometimes feels like you're pushing up against your own limits. Like that is the nature of becoming comprehensive. When you're in your comfort zone, you're not being comprehensive. You're just focusing on, you're just sticking to what you know. But when you're being comprehensive, you're trying to push out a little bit further, right? It can be a little more touch and go. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy doing that, the ability of working through the doubts in the self, the inner, I keep hearing the inner insecurities, old wounds from the past energetically resurfacing. What's beautiful, and you'll remember that we're talking towards a lot of those relationships. The most recent cycle of energy that moved deeper into divine union were chariot relationships, building into the reliability of the relationship itself. For a lot of those relationships, the ability to smooth out things, right? The ability, and again, this is what happens when we don't harbor, we're able to smooth out. Right. And this is why I keep on seeing that it's different for masculine and feminine right now. Because I'm telling you right now, never with energy like this, never is the desire to hermit up more strong, right? Over internalize, work through it internally. Masculine, working on trying to communicate more effectively, understanding and recognizing. Notice how my throat chakra is closing up a bit. Inside problems versus outside problems. Something that one is trying to resolve within versus something that one is trying to recognize and identify without. For feminine, high priestess in its reversal, this is, I feel like, and I think that there, and this was coming through in yesterday's reading, or there's something that we've been seeing that's coming through a lot. For feminine, I see that it's feminine stepping forward is what's interesting. So it's interesting because I see the fact that masculine energy, and I want to say this right now, I don't necessarily consider a high priestess in its reversal as a bad thing. Because the one thing you have to understand is we often see the hermit and the high priestess. There's qualities that are very similar to these energies, right? For hermit, for masculine to be in hermit, this is masculine that is being pensive, but energetically communicative, right? Which is the ability to effectively filter through something within the self that allows one to communicate in a better way. So this is healthy energy that we like seeing around masculine energy in relationality to the hermit with the King of Swords, because this is literally the identification of masculine doing the healthy work of filtering the self, which is understanding the emotions to understand if it's something that needs to be worked on within or something that needs to be handled without. Feminine, very similar work that we see right now, but the combination of Three of Pentacles with High Priestess, this is feminine energy actually learning to speak up more for themselves, to articulate, to advocate, to feel more, to feel less filtered. Because the High Priestess, one of the detriments of the High Priestess in its upright is it can be very filtered. So we see even now that these are the energies that are actually in alignment, but they're challenging. The work is challenging in different ways. For feminine, it's feminine learning to speak more, to articulate more from a place of energetic confidence. You see the stability in being able to speak forward. For masculine, it's learning to be more energetically precise and refined in relationality to the direction where the work needs to go, right? So this is more pensive, but communicative. So this is all positive work that we're seeing, but it's difficult and it's potentially annoying. Continuing. Continuing to get more clarification between our King of Swords and its upright in combination with our Eight of Cups and its reversal. We have here the Chariot. We love to see the Chariot here. We're effectively, I got to tell you, I would not be surprised. I'm picking up on this. This is the conclusion of a lot of those temperance relationships. We're going to be moving into a new energetic cycle very, very soon. I would not be surprised. It seems to me like we're probably going to be moving into that new energetic cycle as soon as that full moon energy comes into play. And I like this because it's a conversation that we see that in order to be comprehensive, we have to be able to step out of our comfort zone. I know. I'll hold your hand when I say that. In order to become comprehensive, you have to step out of your comfort zone. Healing journeys are not about being indulgent and comfortable within the self. It's identifying where the work needs to go. And so I feel like for a lot of this energy, the hardest thing to potentially do right now is there is a deep intensity with this many planets retrograding of wanting to over internalize things, really wanting to get too much in your headspace. We've got a ridiculous amount of Virgo energy right now. Okay. We've got a ridiculous amount of Virgo energy, and we love Virgo energy, but the Virgo energy can often get us a little like locked up in here, right? When we're working through perfect, we start perseverating over what's not perfect. But this is why we're going to continue to articulate the fact that we understand, and this is often what those with Virgo placements come to work through. When we stop looking for perfection, we allow ourselves the ability to make perfect. And that's the problem with perfection. And this is often something that those with Virgo placements have to work through. Virgo placements have an ability to find the exquisite, right? They're on the hunt for immaculate vibes. But the thing is, you can't find immaculate vibes anywhere. You go anywhere you look, you're not going to find the immaculate vibes. We bring the capacity to create immaculate vibes anywhere we go when we stop judging each other for it and start embracing what we have and making the energetic best of it. This is going to be very difficult for those with Virgo placements. If you got Virgo placements, I know that you experience this, but that ability of doing so, and that's why even now, if you're not someone if you carry a lot of Virgo placements right now, it can feel very, very intense, this type of energy, because it's working through the falsity, the understanding that perfect, the ability to understand and envision perfect allows us to create it, but often can make us feel too hard on ourselves or working too much on the space of doubting ourselves. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind, particularly and especially because we have another planet that is going into retrograde tomorrow, and that is Uranus. And Uranus is very complicated energy because it can bring up a lot of stuff. It's very similar to Platonic energy in a certain extent, but it's like, I like to describe it. Uranus is like working on the context of what it is that we're trying to change, right? It's the frustration point on how hard it is to change. It's working through a lot of that feeling of energetic transformation. So I want to kind of make sure that you're navigating that with, and again, taking a lesson from that Mercury retrograde, which we just came out of, which was helping us through all this retrograde cycle. Have you tried putting a little compassion on it? Have you tried communicating something that you care about to another in order to facilitate something better occurring? Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Cups in its reversal and our Three of Pentacles. We have here the Lovers card in its reversal. And this is what I meant. Do you remember when I said this is the culmination of a lot of those relationships that are coming together at this time? Because what are we effectively identifying and seeing in a lot of these temperance partnerships? So for energy and separation right now, I've got three different modalities that are occurring, and I'm going to walk you through them. I do see a small margin of energetic restoration that's happening right now for energy and separation. The space by which we're identifying restoration that's occurring has to do in modalities and experiences wherein there was an overabundance of emotionality that was brought to something energetically insignificant that allows for the space of accountability to be able to move something into a restorative place. And I see even there's a lot of that baby step energy happening. While for a lot of the energy that's in separation, the closing out of an unhealthy energetic cycle with the recognition or working through the audacity of an experience where you are holding on to emotions because something fundamental was happening, something that was energetically important, and another person potentially trying to diminish your emotionality upon something that was fundamental, because it often articulates having different standards. And the ability to recognize a situation where another person has different standards than we do allows another person to build closure upon something and move forward, being able to almost heal trauma along the way. While simultaneously, I see some energy right now that is moving deeper into divine union. This is effectively the culmination of a lot of those temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union, with the observation and the release and relief of mutual appreciation for energy that not only is able to articulate upon the direction that they're heading in, but is also going through this retrograde, having things from the past rising back up emotionally, spiritually, or tangibly, and just moving energetically through them, having their direction sense that energetically fortifies what it is that they're building together. For a lot of the, and that's why we see even now, like there's a lot of, and I keep on seeing even now, they may be articulating to each other the release and the relief that they're feeling, given the experience of the past where they may have been wounded by someone that articulated that they were going in one direction, but then their actions seem to indicate they were walking in another. And this is often what we experience having the wound of someone that is not embodying the manifestation goal, which is the difference between a wish and moving in accordance to it. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Pentacles in combination with our High Priestess in its reversal. One card to clarify, and this is why we see even now for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, those magician partnerships we talked about, this is healthy static. I keep on hearing healthy static for the energy coming into divine union, because I keep on seeing that because of the rapidity by which they are moving deeper into partnership, something about that expediency that they're bringing, it's like the healthy concern that wants to make sure something is okay. But that's why I keep on hearing the fact of having to unpack something that one would rather not feel like one needs to unpack, being able to articulate upon, having to almost like use the past as reference to identify the difference between that rapidness that may have in the past indicated something that they were trying to fix versus being in a space of celebration. I keep on hearing a lot of those magician partnerships saying to us, to others outside of partnership, this is not that, which is the space by which they're working through the chirality of something that looks similar, but being able to articulate upon the nuances and differences. While for energy that's deep within divine union right now, clarification, I told you, this is just more dealing with like enervating static, as I keep on getting. Clarification between our 10 of Swords in its reversal and our Chariot card in its upright. Boom. 6 of Cups in its upright. We like to see the 6 of Cups there, because for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, I feel like it's giving me a lot of the, I keep on hearing that a lot of the journey right now for the energy deep within divine union is not perseverating upon something. And what do we mean by perseverating upon something? Which is not getting too frustrated upon something that is minor, but feels like it's creating a lot of energetic confusion. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, the ability of becoming energetically comprehensive is almost like a direct result in terms of having to work. I almost feel like for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, it's having to navigate energy that is not handling this retrograde as well as one would if you're in the space of being able to understand and recognize how it is impacting the self. I just told you that a lot of this energy that we're experiencing right now, it creates the space of wanting to overly internalize, getting too much in one's headspace. And what happens when you overly internalize? You start projecting. You start projecting that over internalization on the energy around or surrounding you. So that's why I keep on hearing that energy is helping one another through this retrograde cycle by restoring and reaffirming each other's sense of perspective. And that's why I keep on seeing it's heavy, it's frustrating, it's working through things that feel like they're energetically unnecessary, because when another person is projecting something onto us, never does it feel more unnecessary, but they're just effectively resolving and allowing oneself to kind of move through it effectively. It's more annoying than it is fortifying. But that's why we see that a lot of the work that the energy deep within divine union is doing right now is not projecting that frustration onto energetic counterpart. Continuing to get clarification between our chariot card and the lovers card in its reversal, we've got here the 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. So the one thing I'm going to keep on reaffirming this right now. I want you, everyone hearing this, just to make sure you're concentrating on feeling grounded in this energy. You do not, I'm giving you a carte blanche right now. You do not need to feel like you need to activate in every energetic cycle. Sometimes, and I know, and I even feel like sometimes when we get too much in the space of reading, it's like, oh, don't miss this opportunity. Don't, you navigate the space of understanding that the ability to feel energetically stable is our highest priority. So your ability to feel grounded, your ability to feel centered, your ability to find that energetic center, if you don't feel it now, I want you focusing on doing that. Because the thing about this energy is it's going to intensify before it eases back. The retrograde, the eclipse cycles bring an intensification of energy. It feels like things ramp up. So the observation or the ability to recognize and feel that ramp up is one that allows us to feel energetically grounded before we enter into it. So make sure that you're in a healthy space. Make sure that you feel energetically stable. Make sure that you're doing the things that allow you to feel energetically grounded. Because and I'll tell you even now, it's not that you have to be wary during eclipse cycles. We talk a lot about this when we're going through them. We're making sure that you understand that often what happens during eclipse cycles, something small can feel like it's much bigger, right? It's the molehill that immediately feels like it's a mountain. So that ability of working through that amplification, allow it to fortify you, allow it to build you into the context of trying to do something in a greater way. Don't let it energetically confound you. For a lot of the energy right now, and that's what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing for the energy in separation. I just keep on hearing the culmination of these temperance relationships is, I found you. And why are they saying, I found you? Because they're saying either in the separation, if these are modalities or experiences where the identification of something that they're healing from did not make sense, if something that they've been carrying, I either got 2 different modalities happening. I feel like there's a lot of profoundness that's coming right now in the energy healing from situations when they're able to look at a situation that didn't make sense and saying, I found you, meaning they can let go of the energetic trauma of something built upon and based upon the understanding of what was happening. And I keep on hearing that for a lot of energy, when we are trying to build with someone who does not hold the standards that we ourselves hold, it can feel, the song you will hear is confusion. The song you will hear is confusion when you're building upon with someone whose standards are different than yours, because the space by which you are holding something changes. It's not moving in accordance. And there's something very important about the ability of understanding and defining what those energetic standards are. So that's why I keep on seeing if these are spaces or places where another person was feeling emotionality and trying to articulate to another person why something was energetically important, and another person moves away from them in that vibe, in that energetic frequency, to come back and try to say, are you finished having emotions? That's more of the energy reaffirming to another and saying that was not a tantrum that you were experiencing. That was something energetically fundamental. That does not go away in time. That is something that is energetically important to the self. So that's why the energy saying, I found you in separation is basically saying they found the self. They understand the disparity in the standards that they're bringing to a situation versus where another person hopes to find them in order to facilitate an energetic connection. And that's allowing them to be able to heal in a more effective way. Or these are new relationships that are occurring and they're saying to one another the relief and release in having met someone that not just articulates upon the standards, but also moves in accordance to them, the embodied manifestation. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. Clarification between our Lovers card in its reversal in combination with our 3 of Cups in its reversal. We've got here the Justice card in its reversal. So as I mentioned, for the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, it feels, I keep on hearing, it feels frustrating. It feels, I keep on getting for a lot of these magician relationships that are moving deeper into divine union, it's having, I keep on hearing, it's having to dispel the wrong impression is what I keep on hearing. That's where some of that frustration is happening for some of those magician partnerships. But I keep on hearing it's having to dispel the misconception, but also being able to articulate upon the energetic history by which another person may have had one is what I keep on seeing. So the ability for a lot of that energy to potentially have to unpack something from the past that looks similar to where another person finds them now, and being able to articulate and express the difference between what that was in the past versus the present and how much something has changed. It's fortifying, but it's enervating, bringing us into the energy moving deep into divine union. Clarification right now between our 6 of Cups in its upright in combination with our 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. There's that, they got the Empress card in its reversal. This is always really important when we have the Empress card and the High Priestess in separate in on the table together, because these are very different energetic frequencies. But I also need to stress that one of the things that we see that is so valuable and important during this time has to do with the observation and understanding of what it is that we're effectively trying to do in a better way. Now, one of the things that we're effectively seeing right now, and we're just going to talk about this because this is having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of the energy going through going through these processes, I just keep on seeing that ability to articulate and define is creating the space for the energy deep within divine union of having to become energetically comprehensive. And when we're trying to become built into comprehensiveness of the self, it feels a lot like energetic expansion. It creates a lot of that vibration by which we're able to articulate and define something that we're trying to do in a greater way. Now, what's interesting about that work that we're seeing here is a lot of the space by which we're able to articulate that for feminine, and I have to do, it has to do with that hermit energy that we articulated. For a lot of the feminine energy, it has to do with the space by which one has a tendency of being energetically reserved. I almost see that for a lot of that energy going into that modality of quietude, as it were, going into that space of internalizing. This is a lot of the energy that is working on, I keep on hearing like this is, I would not be surprised if there's feminine energy right now that is working on their energetic confidence point, working on being able to communicate something in a greater fashion, doing a lot of that. I keep on hearing like for a lot of the energy of the feminine, it's stepping up in a certain way or being able to articulate in a way that feels like it energetically empowers. But for a lot of the feminine energy, I keep on seeing that what is required in order to facilitate upon stepping up in a certain fashion, it's having to heal from, I keep on hearing, the ability of working through another person's energetic pleasure, right? Because for a lot of the energy, I keep on seeing this is something that feminine's been working through during the cycle. When we're trying to be more effective, we have to recognize that we will be energetically unpleasurable in some way, shape, or form or fashion. It's not about the people pleasing. It's not about the space by which we try to be energetically, I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which we try to be energetically appealing in a certain energetic direction. I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy of the feminine, that through their own comprehension of the self, they are becoming stronger within their own personage. Now, for masculine, we see the same work that's energetically occurring in this modality, but for masculine energy, it's more the opposite work. It's more contemplative. It's more the internalization point, but not the over internalizing. It's the internalizing to a certain point that then allows for the effective communication. So feminine, I see that like and this is why it's interesting because like the energies are going through the same exact work, which is learning how to energetically communicate effectively. For feminine, it's having the confidence to step forward more. For masculine, interestingly, it's having the confidence to be able to step back more. So there's a little bit of this work that we see, but both of those energies are doing the work in learning that that is how they are building into compassion. For feminine, it is the compassion of the self, having compassion for the feminine. For masculine, it is the compassion of the inner child that doesn't make them feel, I keep on hearing, there is not the responsibility of having to energetically show up, but the responsibility in being able to show up as themselves, as it were. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with our Justice card in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Five of Swords in its upright. I'm going to tell you right now, there is a lot of five energy on the table right now. We've got double fives with the Five of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Five of Swords. I don't mind, and I got to tell you, like sometimes when we see a lot of fives in a reading, it can talk a little bit about working through confrontation. Like when we see five energy and spreads, the energy can feel a little bit more confrontational. But if I had to see energy that was in five placements here, this is the type of five energy that I want to see. This is a type of harmonized five energy that we want to identify in something, right? Because I keep on seeing this is a bit of a gift of this energy, which is the ability to look back on the past with a sense of not being triggered, but a sense of clarity, right? There's something very important that's happening with this retrograde cycle. It's the ability of being able to see things with clarity. That can be, I keep on hearing, that can feel affirming or energetically devastating at times. But I need to also reaffirm that one of the things that we understand and identify is often the ability to see something with better clarity is a sign that we're moving and progressing forward on our healing journey. If there's something that you're going through right now in relationality to the past, and you understand and identify that there's something about the current self that would not make the choices that one would have made at the time that one experienced them, congratulations, you're on the healing journey. I also see, and I feel like this is something that was interesting because this has been coming up a lot in my own, in the readings I've been giving during this time, the understanding in the difference between entitlement and having and necessity, which is the observation that when we're in an unhealed space, we don't see choices, we see need, right? We operate from a space of desperation. Desperation, and so hold on, there's something very nuanced coming through. We can't hold ourselves energetically accountable for things we had to do in states of desperation. We cannot hold ourselves energetically accountable for things that we hold in energetic desperation, meaning that we often heal from those spaces that we feel energetically bad about some kind of modality that we were in. But when we come further on the healing journey, this is how time helps us heal something. It's the space by which we energetically forgive ourselves because we recognize that there was not a choice that one was making, so much that one was operating in the space of need. Wherein in the same modality, I see that we're also recognizing that there are spaces and places where there is a lot of energetic accountability that is occurring in relationality to being able to understand and identify. I told you the healthy relationships that are being celebrated and calibrated right now due to the energy trusting each other's choices, having good direction sense. And that trust, I keep on seeing, even in these relationships that are coming together right now, it feels, I want to say these are new relationships that they're navigating and articulating to themselves how difficult it is to heal trust wounds because it often feels energetically risky. That's the space, and this is what we meant. Like, this is what I mean with Uranus in retrograde. The identification point of working through the uncertainty of the self, when we are able to articulate upon that, I keep on hearing, when we're able to define and refine upon how we feel in the space of our insecurity, it becomes our energetic stability point. So that's what I love about like a lot of these relationships that are coming together right now. It's not like they're denying each other the uncertainty that they have moving deeper into relationship. They are supporting each other as they both embark on the risky journey of trust to come to know each other further, right? Because, and I keep on seeing that risk is healed via sound judgment, right? That often, and this is why we talk about the space of energetically building trust with one another. To move in accordance with the self, we never necessarily know what's around the next corner. But when we trust each other, when we trust the and the energetic judgment of one another, then we're able to feel the confidence that no matter what is ahead of us, we can trust then the certainty and the logic that we by which we approach it that allows us to feel energetically fortified through it. So for a lot of the energy right now, that's what I meant about the energy building into those new partnerships and almost embracing each other with the recognition of being able to say to one another that the joy that they're experiencing is being able to see the qualities and characteristics of someone that they can energetically trust, someone who espouses the good judgment necessary in order to facilitate healthy partnership. And for a lot of those relationships, they're even articulating the anxiety that they may have felt in terms of them articulating upon a past that they were claiming on healing from, but they're seeing in the tangible the affirmed direction by which they are moving in a positive direction. Like there's the energy that says that it's like the energy that's moving through the space of celebration that's bringing them into divine union, because it's the energy that is almost articulating to one another or working through the grief that they felt in past relationships where someone may have claimed or articulated that they were healing on something, but actually in reality, they were waiting upon it. And never do we feel more devastated or more energetically betrayed than when someone articulates that they're healing from something, but then something from the past comes back and they move back in direction to it, and it becomes apparent that they were just energetically waiting for it. So that's why we see that fundamental moment of this retrograde period, bringing something from the past, it's deepening those connections because they're recognizing the embodied manifestation. While for energy that is moving deeper into divine union, what we're effectively seeing that's happening is this is a lot of the energy I told you, the magician partnerships right now, they're clearing the air. They're clearing the air in building into their healthy partnership. They're dispelling a lot of energetic misconceptions as it relates to the rapidity or the proximity by which they're moving something forward. And I keep on saying it's really annoying for some of those energies doing so because it's requiring them to potentially have to unpack a past that they'd rather heal from. You know what I mean? Like I see the energy going like this, being like, like, even the comparison of something, the comparison of something that they may now see as icky, or something that they wish that they were away from, that has the similarity to something that feels like it's energetically supportive and joyous to them. I see the energy working to clear the air and feeling frustrated as they do so, but also feeling energetically fortified. While for the energy that is deep within divine union right now, this is what I mean in relationality. I keep on hearing for the energy right now coming into divine union, it's clearing healthy static, which is the space by which you understand the static someone brings to something that is in it's good natured. Energy in divine union, it could be feeling a lot more like energetic aggravation. It could be feeling like you're dealing with a lot of energy that is not working through this retrograde well. And what does it look like if you're not working through this retrograde well? You're overly internalizing, you're taking things super personally, you're potentially feeling you're potentially going through like a big ego thing, like a big ego thing. Like that's what happens with this type of energy. It's really important that you have your ego in check when you go through retrogrades like this, okay? Because the little tiny thing, the ego is like, you know what? That feels like it was directed to you. Like, don't you want to over internalize that? The ability to work through that is how we get through it. And we don't match energy, and we don't match energy at times like this. We become the energetic source of light in the room. We become the positive direction. And I know how hard that is. I know how hard this is with all of that Virgo energy, because it's a lot of that intensity about things not going the way that you expect and feeling like it's really directed at the self, but understanding everybody's going through it right now. You are not, you are not, you are not singular in your energetic crisis. Okay. Everybody is going through that same feeling. So when you're able to bring compassion to those situations, and it's not and it's, here's the thing, it's not about the fact that you need to pretend you don't have frustration, but I keep on seeing an energetic frustration point that is articulated upon usually can define what one is trying to do better, right? The space by which one is able to try to move something through in a way that feels like it is positive and supportive. So I'm just going to keep on saying that. Let it, like, if you listen to nothing else as we navigate into this eclipse season during a retrograde, let the frustration fortify. Don't let it confound. If you're feeling frustration, say, how can I move this into a space that it makes something energetically better, or it makes something energetically eager? Turn the frustration into fortification. What you want to avoid, and I know, like, this is why the word is so popular right now. You want to avoid having an energetic crash out moment in energy like this, which is like, like it's a lot of that, like, I can't take it anymore kind of energy, or working through something in that way. Make sure that you are communicating upon things in a compassionate way, working through a lot of this energy, and particularly for the energy deep within divine union right now. Do your best in terms of not potentially projecting those internalized frustrations onto energetic counterpart. Final card in today's spread, between our Empress card in its reversal in combination with our Five of Swords in its upright, Page of Pentacles. Let's talk a bit. Let's talk a bit for a moment about what it means to be triggered. And this is the thing you have to understand. This is why we call them triggers. Triggers are moments of intensity that we feel upon something from the past that caused energetic trauma within us. And the problem that we often experience in relationality to having an energetic trigger is that others don't know what our triggers are. But often, and this is how you can usually tell that you're triggered, something feels so acutely similar to something that energetically hurt you in the past that it feels energetically directed towards the self. That is the best definition I can give in relationality to a trigger, right? It is the trigger. The trigger is difficult because it takes you right back, right? The trigger takes you right back to that moment that you experienced something that devastated you. It takes you right back to that moment that your feelings were hurt. It takes you right back to that time or that place where something energetically devastated you. I'm going to tell you right now, it's also not about getting rid of your triggers. I hate to break it to you. That trigger you got, it's not going anywhere. It's probably been in you for a very long time. When we're in a healthy space, we work to understand our triggers. And when we care about each other, we share our energetic triggers to others for the purpose of understanding that the job of being able to be healed isn't about being perfect. It's about being comprehensive and understanding the self effectively. You can work into the space of understanding and celebrating your own imperfection by embracing your own energetic triggers. It's the understanding of being able to say, listen, I got a lot of feelings around something. It's tricky territory to me. It's something that's provocative in me, and it elicits an energetic reaction that is different from others. Like, look at Superman with their kryptonite, right? That is a good definition of like an energetic trigger. Not somebody else might not recognize that you have one, but they're walking around with one in their pocket, and next thing you know, you feel like it's internally directed towards the self. That's the type of energy that we're dealing with right now. And I got to tell you, and that's why I keep on saying to you guys, please, 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 please do not go through this retrograde cycle in the space of assuming that something is directly targeted towards the self. Because when we get into that space, we usually feel energetically triggered and we project it out onto those around us. But when we're working from a space of compassion, it is the recognition of others' unintentionality in relationality to the fact that they did not recognize or understand that something energetically bothered us, right? And when we're able to navigate our triggers with compassion, and what does it mean when we talk about navigating our triggers with compassion? We start to understand who and who is not is energetically worthy of trust. Because when you give someone an energetic trigger and they care about you, they say, thank you for letting me know. I will do everything to protect that trigger as if it was energetically my own. right? This is what the force of love is. It is the preciousness by which we navigate each other's vulnerabilities. But when we are working in the space of others who are more in the space of ego, they'll often try to articulate and say that triggers your problem, or like, how is that my issue, right? But one of the things that we have to do is being able, and this is the important thing that we do to be able to heal from our own triggers, because it's not the fact that we have to navigate every trigger appropriately. The ability to understand the trigger that has meaning or something that we have to work on is being able to articulate and define why it bothers us the way that it does, or why it's energetically hurting us to such a degree. That is where the work effectively needs to be placed. So for a lot of the energy, and this is why we sometimes feel like we have a breakthrough, because it's the moment or modality where we realize that we've healed something internally enough that something that used to trigger us doesn't trigger us anymore. Right? And it doesn't always happen. Sometimes it doesn't, but it's really beautiful when it does, because it's the understanding of moving into that space. Sometimes, and this is also why we sometimes build exceptional relationships. And why do we talk about exceptional relationships? Because there are some things that trigger us, but only with those who aren't close to us. Because the space by which, again, when someone holds your standards like you do, the intimacy rules between you and them change, right? It's the identification of building into this space of trust. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships that are coming together right now, what are they doing that's moving them deeper into divine union? They're revealing more to each other. They're revealing more. They're articulating upon their vulnerabilities. They're potentially even expressing to each other their own doubts and fears, having reached the point that they did in relationality to seeing something from the past arise and feeling the uncertainty as it relates to what direction another person would go in, whether they would be true and honor the manifestation goal that they were articulating in terms of healing away from something, or potentially going back to it. For a lot of, and that's why I keep on seeing that even in the space of them articulating that to each other, they're moving deeper into divine union. And again, the same work that's happening for the energy coming into divine union right now, those magician partnerships are also moving into divine union. They're feeling the static outside of partnership, right? They're feeling the static. Is it creating doubt in them in terms of the health of the relationship? No, couldn't be further from the truth. The energy is understanding the lessons of chirality, which is sometimes we move in with speed towards something from a place of desperation in order to fix it, versus something that feels like we move with rapidity because we're feeling celebration. So a lot of the energy is working to clear the air outside of relationship via the articulation of the nuance between something from the past that, again, triggers them. They would probably rather not speak upon it, but feeling energetically reaffirmed by being able to articulate to another and say, this is not that. I know this looks like a trigger, but it's not. It is a glimmer. It's not a trigger, it's a glimmer. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. And this brings us to a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union. And this is why this energy right now is most annoying for the energy deep within divine union, because it's not like the energy is driving the energetic relationship into a different direction. The frustration that clarifies direction isn't necessarily the type of energy that's super helpful to the energy deep within divine union as it relates to relationship. But as it relates to personal comprehension of the self, this is how a lot of that energy is working upon becoming comprehensive, because it's working through the frustration of the self, coming up with a new process, coming up with a new idea, putting together a new energetic plan. I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, that ability of thinking and being like thinking more holistically or thinking about the bigger picture is helping them through the minor minutia of the annoyances that often arise during retrograde cycles. So for a lot of that energy, I keep on seeing the gift of the healthy partnership is feeling the energetic change, right? For a lot of that energy, even with Uranus going into retrograde, it's the observation and the delight of seeing a relationship that not only does it feel energetically stable when it's in a space of solidity, but even in the process of transformation is able to maintain and hold its own durability. So for a lot of that energy, this for in deep within divine union, this is I keep on hearing a frustrating time, because it may feel like it's challenging the self, but it's also very profound because it's understanding that when we're working towards points of expansion, we often feel I keep on hearing, when we're working through points of expansion, we often feel a little unequipped. Is what I keep on hearing. We often feel a little unequipped. We often feel a little unprepared, either within ourselves or outside of ourselves. But even in the space of understanding that vulnerability, we're able to understand that that is the nature of comprehension. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Two of Wands in its reversal. I'm going to say it again. The thing with this type of energy, I know it really, and it has to do with the fact that it has to do with the fact that we've also still got Mercury, we've got Jupiter hanging out all by itself in Cancer. It was easier when Venus was in Cancer with Jupiter. Jupiter's all by themselves in Cancer right now. Okay. We got a lot of planets, all the planets in Aries are retrograding. And I want to say that the thing about that is it creates a lot of that desire, a lot of that inclination of wanting to energetically retreat into the self. It creates a lot of that over internalization, especially with the Virgo energy, right? This is not, I'm going to tell you, moving against that. Now is not the time to overly internalize and go inwards. It's the ability, and even you see this even as my throat chakra is closing up, it's the ability to articulate through our own discomfort. It's the ability to work through something in a way that allows it to be energetically productive. It's difficult, it's frustrating, but when we are able to articulate on frustration in a way that has meaning, guess what? We found our voice. This is what it means. And I keep on hearing, like, that is how we find our voice. We articulate upon something that frustrates us in a way that energetically fortifies. So I want you, if you're feeling frustrated and you're having that desire or that inclination just to like either, and I want to say this right now, popping off on someone is not finding your voice, right? When you succumb to your passions, you've abandoned finding your voice. When you get too quiet and you don't speak, that's not you finding your voice. Finding your voice is finding the ability to be able to articulate upon something in a way that you're able to identify why it has meaning. It's the ability of understanding compassion means communication with passion. So being able to speak upon something that has a lot of importance to you, but being able to do so in a way that another person understands it. So make sure you are finding your voice with compassion right now, even if you're feeling the inclination. I keep on saying, even if you're feeling the inclination of walking away, and it's not the fact that you can't walk away from situations in this type of energy, but make sure you're doing that first. Before I keep wondering, make sure you're doing that first before you move away from something or step back upon something. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I'd encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we begin our personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Tower card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. I'm going to be walking you guys through the symbology of that card, the history of that card. We're going to be working through spread applications. I'm going to show you how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread that you can take with you to channel the messages of the star card into your own readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into my live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. And you don't have to catch up, but now's a great time to join. I do give a recap on everything we've been studying, but you'd have some time to take some classes now if you wanted to catch up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to, if you choose to receive one, a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a founding member to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles that give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically each month. I just wrote one. I'll be releasing one this week on navigating this full moon that we've got, and it's a doozy. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. I'm also very happy to offer, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can buy either per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bumblebee. You got our highest gifter today. Thank you so much. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. I'll be gifting another reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much for those gifts, Bumblebee. Looking forward to our reading. And thank you so much, Pisces, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you, Nikki, for the hashtag. We miss the Mercury. Oh, you see that? You never get to hear that. You never get to hear anybody saying we miss the Mercury retrograde. I want everybody to remember this period. I want everyone to remember this period. Yes, Rue, no closure and clarity takes a lot out of me as a Virgo moon. I completely understand, Rue. But here's the thing. Let the confusion be the closure. Let the confusion be the closure. Grand Rising, Bridget. Good to see you today, dear. And morning, V. Hi there as well. And welcome. Thank you for calling me by my full name. Anytime. Kamoy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Getting past the overwhelmed energy. And I'll tell you right now, Pisces, I think everybody's going to feel great today. Just be ready for Uranus to go into retrograde tomorrow. Just be ready for it. Okay, because it might bring something like some feelings up. I know, right? Why does it randomly do that? No, not harboring right now is key. Listen, Nikki, I don't mind the High Priestess in its reversal right now. Kate, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for. If anyone wants to get on the list right now, it'll be the 6th. Because here's the thing. High Priestess in its reversal is still High Priestess. It's working through the space of being more articulate, is what I keep on seeing. It's interesting, though, that we've got the Empress in its reversal, too. You know, because I feel like this is a lot of the energy of feminine, like working through the fact that when we're finding ourselves, we have to be ready to disappoint others, right? I would not be surprised if feminine energy is going through experiences where someone's saying, you're disappointing me. And instead of saying like, sorry, saying, what were you expecting? Like, fill me in, like, let me make sure I'm disappointing you in the right way. Like, thank you as well for the hearts, Pisces. Thank you for confirmation, Bridget. I feel better now. I felt more unfiltered lately. Yeah, that's a lot of that type of energy. I love the chariot being upright in today's spread. And thank you for subscribing, Bumblebee. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm almost comfortable in it now. And again, that's like the energy that we're in right now. And we want to get used to it because it's going to intensify before it shifts. They're not uncomfortable. They're not comfortable at all. I know, morning. And thank you as well, G Bread, for the gift. Tiffany, thank you for the follow. Retrograde. I know this retrograde has been a doozy, and I wish it's going to continue to be a doozy. We just need to get through this eclipse cycle. I know it's heavy, but we can lift heavy things, V. Such good advice. Thank you, Ella. Maria, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Especially when you thought the standards were similar. Exactly, Ella. Sending you support, dear. Hardy, thank you for those gifts. Nikki, yes, really working on not people pleasing and being authentic. And here's the thing. What is the song you will hear? The song you will hear when you're working on not people pleasing is "You're disappointing me." Right? It's like that is the song that you will hear. Thank you as well, Mantha, for the follow. And Alea, thank you for the tickets, for the gifts. Thank you for the roses, morning. A lot of clarity coming through. Sending you support, Ella. We can't hold ourselves accountable for things we did in desperation. Tap to claim. Yes, trying not to beat myself up. I did my best with circumstances. Sending you support, V. Hardest to forgive myself. But here's the thing. That's where the healing starts, right? Forgiving the self for the self. And our job, and listen, in the space by which we recognize that there's something that we do better, we become our own altars. And Lucy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew as well. You're so welcome, Jacob. I'll see you soon, Jacob. Have a good day. Kelly, thank you for sharing the live. Trust that we can handle whatever's around the corner. Tap to claim, Nikki. We've all been there. Thank you, BB. Good to see you today. Oh my goodness. I know sending you so much support, V. I know I'm sending you so much support. It's not easy. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for being here and allowing us to support you through that too. So accurate. Thank you as well, Bridget. No ego. Like, yeah, I gotta tell you, Nikki, right now, this type of energy, it can, like, if you're not in a healthy space, it can create a lot of that, like, ego's gone wild kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to help you guys through. You know what I mean? Like it's, and here's the thing, we talk a lot about, it's not the fact that it's good to have a healthy ego, but this type of energy, if you're not in a good space, like that's what I worry about. You can literally see that when out in public, the overreacting. Yeah, the reaction to frustration. Yes, we can't, and that's the thing. Like that's the thing we have to be conscientious, Bridget, about. Others do not have the responsibility in knowing our triggers. Like that's the type of energy we have to kind of work through to a certain extent. And thank you for the heart, me star. I know the triggers lately. Thank you. Touche. Gotcha, star. The kryptonite analogy is the best thing I can think about when it comes to triggers, which is like, why, like, what's so big about this? You being like, you have no idea. You have no idea what that means to me. The retrograde, we've got the retrograde cycle is what's happening right now. All the planets in Aries are retrograding. This is good to see you today. I got a pocket full of triggers. I have to articulate. We have to articulate our triggers before we react to them. Hi there, Oracle Erica. Hi there, Bernadette. Wild Ember, thank you for the follow. Bridget, my ex did that for me. He would say, thanks for telling me, I'll be more mindful, which is exactly what you should hear when we're articulating upon a trigger. And thank you as well, Bernadette, for the follow. Thank you, Nikki, for the gifts. Yep. Yeah, he was definitely put on my path to help me with that. That's great to heal, Bridget. I was going to say, that's great to hear. And I slipped and said, heal. That's great to heal, Bridget. That was awesome. It's not a trigger. It's a glimmer. Yes. We're going to see a lot of that right now too. Listen, it's not the fact that this retrograde is going to be terrible. There's positivity points here, but you have to work in the space of bringing that forward. Bring me the change. I'm having a pretty good day. I've just been so productive purging out. Glad to hear it, Oracle Erica. And Rona, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate the sharing the live. Venus right now is in Leo, which is good. And the thing is, and that's why I'm kind of saying strap in to a certain extent, because we've got Venus and Mercury in Leo right now, but tomorrow Mercury's transiting into Virgo. We've already got a lot of Virgo energy. So it may create a lot more of the intensification of the Virgo energy. So just be mindful of that. And Rona, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Echo, thank you for the follow. We are not, do not over internalize in this energy right now, please. Esteban, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising, dear, good to see you. Thank you for confirmation, BB, 100%. We're not popping off on, listen, I'm going to say this because I would not be surprised if I see some feminine energy with these type of cards popping off on someone, but I keep on hearing it's not popping off. Hear me right, hear me, listen to me carefully, okay? Listen to me carefully. It is not popping off if you articulate upon a standard by which you are feeling frustrated, right? The ability to articulate and identify why one is feeling energetically frustrated allows the context and being able to do something more effectively. That is not popping off. And the reason I say that is because I see some energy of feminine working through the understanding of saying it's okay to be upset about something so long as you can externally articulate upon why you are, right? Like the ability to articulate and define what displeasures us or what is bothering us helps another person do something more effectively. That's the type of energy we're seeing here. And Perrin, thank you for the follow. Yes, we come from love and light, tap to claim. And thank you for recharging your heart beans, your heart meat cool beans. I do my best, Bridget. I think this is a magical collective. Thank you as well, BB. I deeply appreciate the compliment from you. A very Goldilocks. It is very Goldilocks energy. Don't over internalize. Don't pop off. Middle porridge. Find the middle porridge. The middle porridge. I like that. And good to see you, cool beans. And thank you for getting on the list. Great collective, Sin. I'm going to go offline. I hope you have a beautiful day, V. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Excellent. Great collective. Thank you. And you didn't fall asleep. I never get upset when you fall asleep, though. I consider it a compliment if you fall asleep here. How are you doing today, Kelly? BB, thank you for subscribing. I deeply appreciate you. Thank you. It is a doozy. And yes, Queen, the list is open if you would like to get on the list. Where do we go? Hold on a minute. I lost my spot. I know Kay isn't here. So we got the bumblebee at the highest gifter and me second. I see all these little bumblebees coming through. They're like new. I see all these different little things. I don't know what these things are. You know better than I do. I got you on the list, cool beans. You're so welcome, Kath. You're so welcome, bumblebee. Congratulations on winning. Back that thing. Back that thing up, Your Honest. Exactly. Enjoy. I know. Enjoy. Tomorrow it's going to be, listen, it's going to be fine. It's just another planet going into retrograde. It's like making sure that you don't get ahead of yourself, forgiving the self for the self. Tap to claim, Ella. Egos, it is. I feel like we're going to see it a bit. Like some of this energy coming into this eclipse, I would not be surprised if we see a little bit of egos gone wild kind of energy. Hannah, thank you for getting on the list here. You'll be read for after Crystal. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 7th person read for. Literally got triggered this first thing AM. And here's the thing. It's okay to be triggered as long as you're articulating through it, not reacting to it. Right. And we learn a lot about our relationships and being able to identify and articulate, having a conversation on our triggers with one another. Sometimes I'm just grumpy. We are all grumpy right now, Nikki. Everything is retrograding in Aries. Grumpy is grumpy is the word of the day. The middle porridge. I know. I'm still. She sent me with middle porridge. Just let it happen. Just back it up. I embrace it. That's perfect. We're working through lessons on surrender, right? Like that's what we mean with surrender. Be like, okay, surrender is not giving up. Surrender is accepting the situation around the self. Okay, working from there. Exactly. All right, friends, we're going to get started now on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. I've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. The first person we are reading for today is going to be Grace. But before we get started on Grace's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wren, the humble wren. All right, let's continue to into our readings right now. Grace, I'm looking for you, dear. Are we doing a general or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. It's like Oscar the Grouch energy. It's just like embrace your inner trash heap. Just embrace your inner trash heap. The trash heap in me sees the trash heap in you. I never remember it. Oh, you did. We've been through this. Does BB not know the rules here? How many times do I have to tell you guys? Do you know how many birds? Do you know how many birds are in this? You got it. We got to be specific on the birds. Okay. Oh, I got you. Thank you, Grace. Yes, you did say eagle. I saw that. All right. I've got Grace here. And guys, I'm going to pin up Grace. Make sure to give Grace some love. All right. Let's continue down the path of our last reading. I have my new place, promises, etc. All right. I got you, dear. Can I please get... It's feeling, I keep on, it's interesting. I feel like you need a mind, body, spirit reading right now is what I'm getting. And so I'm going to move this into, I'm going to move this into a mind, body, spirit place for this reading, if it's okay with you, Grace. All right. Can I please get 5 cards? Yeah. Mind, body, spirit. Thank you. And 2 more, please. Thank you. All right. And thank you for being the first person on the list, Grace. You have an additional card today. Yeah. Okay. So the major message that I'm getting right now is purpose is defined by not getting caught up in static. And I feel like that's something that is potentially, I feel like I see something that's potentially a hurdle for you here, because I see some kind of desire in terms of not losing things. And I keep on hearing, though, you have to understand, when we're too focused on not losing things, we spend all of our time collecting instead of finding, is what I'm getting. Right? There's something very specific that I see that is happening for you. And it's interesting too, because, and I gotta stress this, because this is where the reading that I would typically give someone is going to deviate profoundly from the reading I'm about to give you. Because I usually, when I'm doing a reading for someone, I usually yell at them when they're clearly getting an energetic sign and they look to their guides and say, I need a sign, your sign, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I can't tell you how many times I have to do a reading for someone being like, you've given me like 4 different ways a sign is trying to come towards you. But I feel like I keep on hearing, you have earned the right. You have earned the right. You have earned the right to articulate and say, I need a sign, your sign. Because I keep on seeing, when you can see a lot, like when you can see a lot, it doesn't allow you, like it overwhelms, is what I keep on seeing. It's the space by which I've got it. And I gotta tell you, when you're acting in the way that you are, everything wants to be, I want you to like imagine energetically that there's a lot of energy around you that would like that like is demanding your energetic attention. It's like, I want you to think about, like, I want you to think about, like, I almost want you to think about the signs that you're seeing as energetic opportunities that are catcalling you. It's the best way I can describe it. It's a lot of this, like, you know what I mean? Like somebody just trying to whistle, like, hey, over here, spend all of your time working on this, is what I'm getting. It's a gift. It's a blessing, but it can also be really, really, really frustrating, because it can often feel like the only way you can focus on something is if you're intentionally missing something else. That's okay. That's exactly that's exactly the vibration that you need to be in. And I want you to reaffirm to yourself when you're doing that. Um, I keep on hearing, you can't get rid of something that you need. You can't get rid of something that you need. I would not be surprised if you're the type of person that finds something and goes, I thought I threw this away. I would not be surprised if you're the type of person where you throw something away or you're confident that you've gotten rid of something. And the next thing you know, you open something up and you're like, what is this doing back here? Like when I say you could not move away from something that is for you if you tried, I really want you to start embracing your personal energetic magnetism because that is the type of vibration that you're going to have to navigate. As I keep on hearing, I see you downsizing right now. I see you letting go of things. And I see you, I keep on hearing, I see you working in the space of, I keep on hearing like the space of a good librarian is one that says, I should file this away. I shouldn't get rid of I should file this away. I should not get rid of it. I should keep it somewhere. But I want you to work through that with the manifestation of saying to yourself, anything that's for me, I couldn't get rid of it if I want. I want you to say not just I want you to refine on what I would typically say to someone, which is not the space of saying you can't miss that anything that's for you. I want you to understand and say to yourself, I could not lose something for me if I tried. Which is what I keep on I could not lose something for me if I tried, which means that the space by which something returns to you is something by which you're going to be able to energetically have the things you need, or the things that are important that help you focus are going to be the ones that you hold most tightly to. Because I feel like that's a lot. This is a refining period that I see that you're entering into. And I see this, and what's hard about it is I see this like that's how it's affecting your mind. Body, it feels very bittersweet because I do feel like you're letting go of some energy right now. And I keep on hearing you're letting go of energy that feels more in the space of, I keep on hearing leaning on you instead of standing for you. I keep on hearing when we stand up for each other, we don't lean upon each other, is all I keep on hearing from one of your guides. Standing up does not require leaning on, is all I keep on hearing. Standing up does not require leaning on. And I feel like there's something about that path work in relationality to healing from circumstances or situations. And I keep on hearing the moment someone articulates the word need, it is not a friendship. There's something, this is actually coming over from an ancestor. I keep on hearing need does not make a healthy friendship, is what I keep on hearing. Because it's the space, I keep on hearing the space of obligation understands that I keep on hearing we delight in each other's energy. We support each other with from a space of joy. We don't articulate the fact that we're letting each other down because in friendship, I keep wondering in friendship, we we don't I keep wondering in friendship, we don't need each other. We desire energetic connection. We find joy in it. And I keep on hearing need does not allow the context of joy to be in a relationship. It becomes more of an energetic obligation. So I feel like there's something important there as it relates to potentially you healing from some energetic relationships. But I keep on hearing it's like it's allowing the space of refining the relationships that feel like they're energetically supportive, right? Like someone who has your back versus someone who demands something energetically from you. This brings us to a lot of the energy I'm seeing that you're working through in spirit. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like there's something really important that I see that you're doing right now. I keep on hearing a clean slate allows for expansion, which is the space by which we understand and identify that, like when we will like when we move something, I keep on hearing it's more of a conversation with like the fact that the universe hates a vacuum. So I feel like anything that you're doing right now to become more simplified is going to allow you to refine more upon something that you're trying to do in a greater fashion. I want you to think really hard about creating a quiet space for yourself or a distraction free environment. And I keep on hearing it doesn't have to be your entirety of your experience, but I keep on seeing an altar is an altar. There are many different kinds of altars. An altar is literally a space that we honor by saying this space is sacred because this is all I do there. This is all that is. This is all I energetically focus on when I enter this space. So I want you to kind of take that with you as you navigate through something or as you're creating something for yourself, which is the space by which you say, I am creating altars. This is the altar I do this at. This is the altar I do that at. And identify and refine what type of altars you need to be able to do something in a more effective way. Bottom of the deck on this space, especially with the 9 of Pentacles in its upright, I keep on seeing that I feel like it's like, in order to be comfortable, we have to push outside our comfort zone, right? Like, and I keep on seeing that there's something about you working through a new level of comfort by letting go of the old level of comfort, finding like understanding. I keep on hearing every time you hold something, ask yourself, is this my old self that needs this, or is this my higher self? Because something about you feeling that tendency of holding on to things, the question you need to ask is not the tendency by which you care about it, but does the old self care about it, or does the higher self care about it? Because I feel like something about that is going to help you define like what remains and what goes. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Grace. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots left for today before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 39.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. For anyone interested in getting on the list right now, we do Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right. Let's continue. The trash cans. Why did I think Ren but type dragon? Oh, that's okay, Wushu. It happens sometimes. Definitely feeling a bit grouchy. Hi, good to see you, Soup. Hope you're doing well. Yep. Eagle, Wren, close. Sorry, there we go. Which is a bird, and Oscar is nothing if not authentic. True. Just name the whole flock. Yes. Look at you with your badges. I acknowledge your trash heap and embrace my trash heap, literally. Thank you as well, Grace. I thought Wren, but then what is a Wren? I don't know what it is. I've been in tears about downsizing items I got to choose for myself for the first time. Freedom versus, thank you, my gut and are aligning, gifts are aligning. And I feel like that's going to help with that, right? Like, is my past self like this, or is this necessary for my future self? Yet what is meant for you is for you all the time. I thought I lost it normally, like keys, still looking for a set. I just found a duplicate of something I had no idea I had. Wow, that's what I mean, Ella. Oh my God, it sounds like yes, it was like your dream locker, Nikki. I feel like my counterpart is gleeful for me to downsize. He won't say it though. Absolutely. That's what my home has been, going to half the size. That's beautiful, Grace. Need is my nemesis word. Thank you for confirming the reading. I'm literally on a cleaning, downsizing, organizing mission right now, physical and mental. I love that, Wushu. My bedroom has been made solace, not letting that go. That's beautiful too, Grace. A clean slate allows expansion. Does the old self care about it or the higher self? I like that. Right. I'm holding on. So true. Old self saw things as comfort when my ex ignored me on purpose. Tap to claim. This will be my mantra while cleaning or organizing all this week. Oh, I'm so glad this message received you as you received this message as well, Wushu. By the way, Meeks is doing great. Oh, that's wonderful. That's so good to hear that, Grace. You're so welcome, and always a joy to read for you. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is going to be BB. Can you let me know if we're doing a general, if you have a specific question? And I just need a moment before we continue. I'll be back in a moment and we'll continue the readings. But if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be you will have there, we've got 4 spots left before the list is closed. And I'll be back in just a moment and we will continue with our readings. Okay. Hello? Okay. And we're back. All right, there we go. All right, I got you, BB. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guides cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bull. Let's continue. All right, guys, thank you so much for participating. We'll do that again. If it's the red, I'm going to die. All right, let's continue with the reading. Yep, it feels apropos. All right, where are we? And let me just pin up BB here. Oh, Pepper's doing better too. I'm so glad to hear that. All right, I'm going to pin up BB. Guys, make sure to give BB some love. Excellent reader as well. Make sure to give them some love. General guidance during this season pertaining to love and relationship. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for BB? Highest priority messages, please, from Spirit. Yep, and 2 more, please. Thank you. All right, where are we? So, you know, one of the things I'm seeing has to do, and it's always wild because I can sometimes I can sense when I'm doing a reading for someone who like works in healing, um like without fail. The level and degree of ridiculousness that a healer often has to go through in their life is directly proportional to how well they heal. I know it's really frustrating. I mean it's very frustrating. And what often happens in that context is the possibility by which you can understand and anticipate something going sideways is your superpower, is what I keep on seeing. Because and it's funny too, because I would not be surprised if I sat down with you and you predicate upon something and I would almost articulate and say, that's crazy. That would never happen. And you'll be like, okay, well, let me tell you, on Tuesday of this date, I had that happen exactly to me. It's a lot of that type of it's a lot of that type of energy, right? It's like I feel like you've had to go through the healing of having to expect the unexpected. And there's a lot of I keep on hearing I keep on hearing the song of trauma is that was uncalled for. I feel like you need to write that down somewhere. The song because it feels like it particularly pertains to you and your journey thus far. The song of deep trauma is that was uncalled for, which is the space by which another person is, and I keep on getting the same message too, which is, and I keep on hearing things like, look what you made me do. There's nothing more dangerous. There is absolutely nothing more dangerous on this earth than someone who says, look what you made me do. Because it is the context by which someone says, I only did something because, and then they'll immediately try to apologize for it. And the space by which they try to apologize for something is the space by which they say, I was hurting. Now, here's the danger. Here's the implicit danger with an energy that says that they did something uncalled for because they were energetically hurting. Because the mind is a powerful computer. It is a very powerful program. So when you tell your brain, when I'm hurting, it gives me liberty to do anything I want, the brain will actively seek out ways for you to feel energetically hurt so that you can do anything. And what's awful is often when we come from trauma environments, we work through the process of having to energetically heal. We often encounter energy that is in the space that everything is perfect until it's not. And boy, when it goes sideways, it doesn't just go sideways a little bit. It doesn't like, and what typically happens in like healthy partnership is something goes a little bit sideways and it's fine. Not the end of the, not a big deal, not a big deal. Something goes a little bit sideways, just straighten the car back up. You're back on the road. When you can tell the song of trauma is everything is the best thing it's ever been until the slightest thing, and suddenly like you are off the road, you are down the street, you're around the blocks, like 4 miles from where you needed to be, and everything, and nothing ever goes back the way that it was. And the worst part about those experiences is it's entirely someone who's articulating and blaming you because they'll sing to you as they do so, look what you made me do. The healthy relationship is one that there's no veering. The healthy relationship is not one where we hold the anxiety that as soon as something starts to go amiss, everything goes hard. And the worst part is when we heal from situations characteristic like from that, the preparedness that we have for it, not only does it create an overabundance of caution within us, but it almost brings us into a crisis the minute that something feels like it's off kilter, because we're anticipating that complete moment of collapse. I feel like there's something really important about the work that's happening for you in relationality to relationship, because I see, like, I keep on hearing, the closer you become to someone, the more of these feelings are going to potentially rise to the surface, because building proximity to someone is terrifying. And it's even more so when we've had those experiences in the past where we've had a lot of trauma from someone having our vulnerabilities and then taking full advantage of them. I keep on seeing that. I want you to say to yourself, I'm never being braver than what you're doing right now. Like the space by which you're being able to articulate upon the vulnerability. And I keep on hearing from like one of your guides, I keep on hearing after such a gross violation. I'm not sure what the gross violation of your trust was that they're speaking towards, but they're saying that, like, I mean, it feels visceral. It feels a lot like like a circumstance or situation where, like, I'm just getting the sense of a lot of responsibility being placed when someone wants us to be perfect, we only are set to fail, is what I keep on hearing. And I almost see some kind of situation of someone trying to articulate to you that because you were human, you weren't who were cracked up to be. You do the work, you do the work that you do so well because you're not perfect. Like that is the space by which you are able to help others. And I keep on seeing the healthy energy that's for you is not going to demand perfection. They're going to recognize and identify that in your vulnerability, you are also a gift. You are also energetically blessed. And the ability to, I keep on seeing the ability to communicate through those experiences. I even see like the ability to admit upon what those vulnerabilities are. I want you to remember that when we're in a healthy space, and we tell someone, when we're in an unhealthy space, and we tell someone we're vulnerable, an unhealthy energy will say, I knew it. When we're in a healthy space and we tell someone we're vulnerable, a healthy energy will say, thank you. Now I can help you there. Now we can shore that up. So I keep on saying, make sure as those triggers come up, it's okay to have them. Help someone understand why they are there so that they can help you through them effectively. Because I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I see you kind of like moving through something that you haven't had before, but I almost kind of see you moving through something that you haven't had before. And it feels like every step you're taking feels like it's a step in the wrong direction, because that's often what it feels like to heal trauma. Like I'm walking right back into the face, like walking right back into the space by which I was originally hurt. But that's the only way we can heal trauma, because I want you to kind of remember this. When someone breaks our trust, they heal it once in the context of them hurting us. They hurt us every single day afterwards if they take our ability to trust from us. So I want you to put that force and intensity in not letting someone ruin trust for you in order to heal it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the sun energy. I feel like I see, I feel like I don't know what it is. I mean, I know what it is, but it's like I feel like I see some kind of situation where you had to almost, I feel like you never do we know that we're in a less positive space than those moments that we feel like we have to hide our joy from another person. Like the space by which we feel the anxiety of talking about something positive that's happening for us, because we feel so much of a sense of someone who doesn't feel like they're in the direction of wanting something good for us, but rather wants to, like, takes our joy personally. I feel like this is the hardest thing that I'm identifying, is like I see a lot of this anxiety that you're potentially carrying around something, but keep on seeing I just keep on hearing someone say, like being in the space of you articulating something and saying, who would do that? And I just see you being like, you'd be surprised. You know what I mean? Like you'd be surprised. But you have to understand too, our ability of not letting another person's failures ruin our own ability to understand that not everyone is in that same vibration. I keep on hearing love is a riot act, right? Love is a riot act, because love is that those moments that we say, I'm it's like it's not the space by which there isn't that potential, right? But it's the reassurance of understanding and trusting another's judgment. And I keep on hearing the way we learn to trust each other's judgment is by putting that sense of trust in each other. So I want you to understand too that trust is earned, it's never demanded. And giving yourself time. And I keep on hearing it's okay if you backslide. It's okay if you I keep on hearing healing is the moment that something that took a week now takes a minute, right? It's not about everything turning around in a day. It's the space by which we're able to go through something, and it doesn't set everything off of alignment. It's something that we go through that's momentary or a few days. So I want you to make sure that you're not getting hard on yourself if you feel like you backslide. I want you to make sure that you're charting and celebrating your progress. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. You got someone in spirit saying you got this. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we're at 43.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Colleen? Hi, I know I'm 6, but I'll go ahead and put my question up. Oh, I really appreciate that, dear. Yeah, Colleen, can you just let me know where you sent the donation? I've got, I don't have you on my list, so I want to make sure that I've got you on my list. But thank you for putting your dream up on the place where we keep the videos. I will definitely reference it. You don't have to put the full name of the location you sent the donation, just the first initial. Thank you. And just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list, thank you for that beautiful gift, BB. Guys, make sure to give BB some love. Wonderful reader too. You'll so good, and always so good to see you here. Hold on a minute. And just reading back up, places a few days ago. Thank you so much, Colleen. As I mentioned, yep, absolutely. If you could just let me know where you sent the donation, just give me the initial so I can confirm that you're on the list, please. Oh, you're cool, that makes sense. Thank you for, that's all I needed to hear. Thank you for confirming, dear. Okay, I've got you on the list. Yep, I got you. Excellent. I have the same deck. It was my first one and old trusty to this day. Oh, which one, Jan? The divine one or the Smithwaite? And thank you, Jane, for becoming a member of my fan club. And heads up, Betty, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for confirmation, BB. Excusing yourself, kind of. And Irma, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Definitely have had those experiences. Absolutely. Wow. Very terrifying. Yeah, obliterated my trust. I see it. Spot on. Thank you for confirmation, BB, and sending you so much support on that journey. Hi, Figs. Good to see you today. Very true. I know it's tough. Mic drop. Thank you, Stella. Yeah, I know it was horrible. So, I mean, so much anxiety. And I feel like that's a space. It's not pretending that that anxiety is not there. It's telling someone like what it is, helping someone understand the shape of what created it. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments, charting progress. You're so welcome, BB. Excellent. When you backslide, you're healing the past a little bit at a time. Beautifully said, Bridget. A little backslide never hurt anybody. Exactly. I can't decide what kind of reading I want. You can take your time, Hannah. Oh, actually, Cool Beans, you're next on the list. Hannah, if it helps, we're doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We also do Akashic and mind, body, spirit. Also, remember, if you have information that you feel is necessary for our reading, you can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channel. We're going to be doing a dream interpretation right now for Cool Beans. But before we do so, why don't we warm up our intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoop. The salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you want to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left before this list is closed. Oh, this is my favorite decks, Jane. This is actually what I teach on. The classes I take specifically orient to this deck because I feel very firmly that if you learn from this deck, you'll be able to read pretty much from a majority of the tarot decks that are made today. All right. Let's get to it. I've got Colleen's dream here. I'm going to be reading it over on the place where we keep the videos. All right, let's begin. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put my question. I got you. You're having trouble on the Discord. Okay, no problem, dear. But if you're having issues getting on the Discord, let me know. We can try to work you through them too. All right, I had a weird dream the night before last, if it was a dream. Basically, I saw myself and my partner in bed in the dark as we were. We were having some sort of exchange in the dream space, I believe. Above our bodies, like we were sitting up with our bodies laying down, something suddenly came and took his face and went to fly out of our bedroom into the living room and then out of the corner window in our living room that wasn't covered. I called out to him and felt myself rising up to the ceiling to chase it and snatch him back, like my POV was me quickly whipping across the room near the ceiling through the air. I then collapsed back into my body and woke up gasping. Everything was exactly as it had been in my dream, and there was a shadow figure in the corner of the room by my door, which it had tried to move through just for a moment. I prayed to Archangel Michael and my guides to protect us and physically saw the eyes around me in a feather pattern and got very hot. Somehow, though, I went back to sleep after just a few moments, even though I was shaken. I slept well for the rest of the night. I connect with spirit and am intuitive, so it didn't entirely surprise me, but I'm still puzzled with what to make of it. I've been seeing a lot more physically that feels like I'm seeing entities, energies, or spirits. And as synchrony, I saw the word ghost around in all kinds of places a few days ago, like 5 or 6 times in a day, which is funny because I never really refer to anything as a ghost. I cleaned and cleaned yesterday and slept like a baby last night. I rarely have dreams like this. Okay, I got you, dear. Can I please get, yep, 4 cards, please. And 2 more. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Okay. So, the interesting thing I need to point out with this dream is, and I need to articulate too. It seems to me like we're dealing even in the space by which you recognized or you felt the presence of something that did not feel energetically supportive. The thing I keep on identifying here is I don't feel like anything that I'm seeing is working in the context of you to a certain fashion. I see you like it's interesting too because the dream itself almost feels like an energetic read. Okay, and this is what we talk about, and it's interesting too because like it has a lot to do with a lot of the spiritual protection that we have has to do with not allowing unhealthy or negative thought forms to impact us, right? The ability, and I need to point this out, like even in the space, by I like to just point you out the guides. Like I love the fact that the guides were kind of showing you in the space of a dream how you navigate energy, also in the way you show up. Because the first thing that we saw was the space by which you were having this dream. And in the dream, you were literally having a dream almost like you were awake. You were seeing the space by which you and your partner were sleeping. And you saw something amiss happen in the space of your partner. You saw something like you saw an entity, like you said, like grab their face. And what were they doing? They were flying around with it. Now, this has to go to show what did you do in that moment? Did you run away screaming? Did you try to wake them up? No, you jumped into action. You jumped into spiritual warrior mode like that. You moved so quickly into the space by which your first instinct, you went full on mama bear. I just need to tell you, you went full on mama bear. You were like, absolutely not. And you just immediately, without thinking about, without a care or concern for anything, you just went immediately into protect and attack mode. And I feel like that's like in a way, that is why the energetic guides work for you, right? Like that's why you have that ability to sense energy, because our own ability to feel energetically confident with something that we're seeing, where it doesn't energetically freak us out, or it doesn't make us like, like doesn't make us waking up in a space by which we're feeling shaken by it. It's showing you how much energy, like how much of a protective force you are, how far you have come in relationality to your own healing journey. Now, what's interesting is what I mentioned in relationality to the reading itself, almost helping you identify and ascertain where the energetic work needs to go. Because the space by which you identified in the dream space, the fact that you said that your partner, their face was taken, if you will, and running around with it, may speak more of the fact that I would not be like, if they may have a harder time not allowing themselves to move into vibrations where unhealthy thought forms make them forget themselves or make them lose the sense of the self, right? Like that is the articulation, the symbology, if you will, of an entity arriving and taking our face. It's almost a conversation that the guides are having with you, which is when we doubt ourselves too much, when we doubt our own sense of self, when we allow our negative thoughts to overwhelm us, we become more energetically susceptible to unhealthy energetic presences coming towards us. And so I feel like it's very interesting that you articulated the space by which you woke up and you still felt like you felt that energy that was still in the room, even at the space by you recognized, you could feel like it was almost like a physical presence in the room. But again, and this is what's so beautiful, I just need to stress this, the ability by which you are the same, the version of you within the dream and the version of you outside of the dream are lockstep. You are inhabiting the same energetic force, because even in the space by which you identify that outside of the dream space, what did you do? You did the same thing you did in the dream. You immediately started doing energetic work to try to energetically clear the space so that something positive could be there, to basically dispel the negative thought form that was appearing in the context of the energetic presence. Now, I feel like as it relates to being able to like take this and effectively move through it, I would definitely, I feel like there might be something important about, I would be very, and this is where kind of like, this is why I enjoy having deeper work that I do with clients and relationality to dream interpretation, because I would immediately have a lot of questions that I would ask in relationality to this right now, in terms of the space by which your partner you feel that they are energetically, spiritually inhabiting. Do you feel like, do they have a tendency of allowing like insecurity to overwhelm them? Do they allow a lot of those doubts or fears to creep in? Because I feel like one of the things that you might want to help with in terms of the space of the dream is, and here's the thing about it, like, and the one thing I would say is, I don't think in any context you should articulate that this is something that is directed towards them, but making sure that you're doing things to energetically empower them. Make sure that you're doing those things to help them reaffirm how much that they are, how much you see them, how much they are energetically respected and appreciated. Because, the one thing that you don't want to do in the context of the dream is articulate something to them that might increase their own feeling of insecurity. Like if they're not the type of person, particularly especially, that isn't fortified by being able to recognize energy in this fashion, I would not I would potentially even be conscientious about articulating to them this space of the dream so that they don't feel more anxiety around it. But I feel like the ability by which you're able to empower another person or encourage them or reaffirm to them how much you care about them, and how much how what a good job they themselves are doing, because I feel like the most important aspect of this dream has to do in the space of, you said that somebody, like somebody losing, what was that entity trying to do? And this is how the dream was effectively helping you, in terms of helping you help another person heal on their own journey, which is the space by which we start to lose a sense of ourselves, right? The space by which we start to doubt ourselves, the space by which we start to question who we are, can sometimes bring a lot of instability towards us. So I would say, like, make sure, like, a lot of the healing that you may even be able to do, I keep wondering, a lot of the healing that you may be even able to do on the day to day is reaffirming to another person who they are to you and how much they mean to you, right? Helping them with their own identity. Because what the dream was basically saying is, the way to counteract that energy as it relates to something directed towards them is for them to reaffirm their own commitment in terms of feeling energetically stable in terms of who they are, You're pretty good in that way. Like that is like, it's interesting too, because it's the ability, it's like the dream itself is almost helping you diagnose the energetic solution to the problem when they allow those negative thought forms. Because I keep wondering, when they start to doubt themselves, you can almost imagine it like their own shields are lowered. They allow the ability of those unhealthy thought forms to get closer to them in proximity. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, a lot of this space with strength. And I feel like, the thing I would, and this is what I always like to point out, when someone has a lot of, like, when someone's already feeling like, I would only, like, in the context by which you can articulate this to your counterpart, I would say only articulate this if you feel like it's something that will empower them. If this is something that would make them feel more anxiety, I would definitely keep in mind that this is something that you may want to keep more closer to the self. Like, it may be something that is very energetically personal that is being shown to you. I want to stress this. I'm not seeing any space in this reading by which there is some kind of entity that is trying to attack you or your partner. But rather, much like the space of the dream, I feel like everything that we're given is a gift. So I feel like even in the space by which you felt like you woke up and you almost felt like you could still feel that energetic presence in the room, I almost like, we talk a lot about the fact that when we're in a dream space, and I've seen this in other readings that I've done, sometimes when we're in a dream space, the things that are happening within can often embody without. I've done dream interpretations with a client where they woke up and something like moved across the room that was that then we when they woke up later, we found out that their partner was having a nightmare. So you have to almost imagine that in the space by which another person's sleeping, what I really think that you saw was probably the embodiment of a negative thought form that they themselves have within them, that was the presence that you sensed in the room, and the ability or the solution to be able to help them with them is, I keep on seeing the guides were kind of giving you that direction in the context of saying, don't let them forget who they are. Don't let them overly doubt themselves. That's you basically like saying, like, come back here when that negative thought form was trying to take their face, which is the moment by someone starts to feel the insecurity and finding the sense to be themselves. You can give it back to them by reminding them who they are and how much they mean to you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Colleen. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm just going to read over some of the comments that came through. The person who had that reading is over on the place where we keep the videos. Colleen wrote, dreams like he does. So they're saying the counterpart does have issues sometimes with doubting themselves. I did vaguely mention it, but this is so helpful. Thank you. I will keep this in mind. I watched that read with the curtains moving. Oh, good. I'm glad that you recall that reading, because it was immediately coming up. It's very similar to what we're seeing here. So interesting. This was so helpful and affirming. You're so welcome, Colleen. Thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you support on that journey. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading over here on the place where on the clock app. What I learned on, and I agree 100%. Thank you as well, Jane. Oh my Lord. Yeah, down. I think I would never sleep again. But I mean, I just got to say this. I love the context by which you can tell a spiritual warrior, even in the dream, she's like, come back here. Get back here. Yes, absolutely. Wild. It's a beautiful dream, actually, because I feel like the guides are giving you what you need to help someone have that sense of stability. And Josie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Like, taking the face off is taking the mask off. Exactly. I just watched Spirit Away recently, so this is hitting. Oh, I love that movie. So good. I have a crazy one for the 1 card pull. Are you going to give me something crazy for the 1 card pull? Remember, it's 1 card. All right, we're going to continue right now. And thank you for resubscribing, Esteban. I appreciate you. Also, friends, we're at 48.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Next person we are reading for today is Bumblebee. Bumblebee, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. All right. Okay. I did see your baby dragon. I'm going to read the list right now for anyone who's here. And if you want to get on the list, and also if you're on the hold list and you want to get back on the list, please let me know sooner rather than later. We've got Bumblebee, Kate, Crystal, Hannah, and Nikki. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. 3 spots left before the list is closed today. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. For anyone else who would like to get on the list today, we do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretation, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The otter. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and we've got Bumblebee's question here. Hold on a moment. I'm going to pin them up. Please make sure to give Bumblebee some love. We're doing a general for Bumblebee, please. 3 cards. And 1 more, please. Who is this? Listen. I feel like there's something really, wow, somebody, I can't. I keep on hearing apologies. It's okay for an apology to have a clock on it, is what I'm getting. It's okay for an apology to have a clock on it, because here's the thing. Uh, environment changes the sound of an apology. Like, environment changes the context of an apology profoundly, you know? And I see some kind of space here, you know, and this is like giving me a retrograde reading through and through, man. You know? Like, there is a difference between an apology that lingers in the space by which another person knows that you're waiting for an energetic apology. And then there's the space by which someone sees you like moving forward and in a whole different way. And then they try to I keep wondering, and then they try to come back as if nothing happened, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing the same message, which says you can accept somebody's apology and it does not change the proximity that you're now holding them to. It's like when you accept another person's apology, like, it's not the space by which another person says, I apologize, so things can go back to normal. Like, there's no, like, I keep on hearing an apology is the ability to accept the new normal in the face of being able to rebuild with something. It's giving me a lot of that energy. You don't just, it's not like it's not this, I keep on hearing you can accept an apology, but apologies are not conditional. Apologies are not like, okay, I apologize, so everything goes back the way it was. Nothing ever goes back. Nothing ever goes back the way it was. That's why we have gratitude, and we work on not having to apologize for something, is what I keep on seeing. It's the understanding and the energetic respect that we can apologize, but also be respective that something does not return back to the way by which we were at the time before an apology was necessary. And I feel like there's something really important about that, because I feel like there's something about a past experience of someone doubting your authenticity, doubting your energetic legitimacy. Somebody, I keep on hearing, somebody missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime with you. And I keep on hearing, and that's what, and because again, and I almost hear somebody trying to get back close to you, being like, sorry I ever doubted you. I mean, it's just, I want you, I want you to appreciate how far you've come. And I literally want to say, I want you to appreciate how far you've come despite. And I need to point this out. And here's the thing I love about the word despite. Okay. Do you know why I love the word despite? Because when we break down the word despite, it doesn't mean that we haven't experienced someone else's spite. It's that we didn't match them. I want you to understand the value. Why I love despite is one of my favorite words, because despite does not mean you did not experience another person's spite. It's the space by which you chose not to match them there. Spite wants reactiveness. Spite wants to fight. Spite articulates and demands, often against our own desire, to try to hold us into a space of energetic conflict, you know? And when we say despite, it's the space by which you say, it's the space by which you allow someone to kick you and you don't kick them back. You just observe the fact that there's energetic cruelty there and you keep on moving forward. And often they'll continue to try to do so. And it's the hardest thing ever, because it's a lot of that space by which you understand, and you have to kind of work into the space of what you understand is energetically best. And I want to tell you right now, the guides didn't miss a minute of it. The guides didn't miss a minute of it. And I feel like whatever this is that I see that's happening for you right now, I want you to appreciate that, like, that is the work that you've done to overcome an energetic obstacle. And I feel like it's not just the overcoming of an energetic obstacle. It feels like it's the overcoming of an energetic obstacle despite someone that was trying to, like, make you doubt yourself or try to articulate that something that you were trying to do or be could not happen or occur. So I want you to understand that ability of working through something. And that's what I meant. If someone's coming towards you right now, I keep wondering, don't let them take ownership for your accomplishment. The song you will hear from someone who's hurt you in the past, that wants to get closer to you, is the space by which they say, a strong kite, a kite flies highest in strong wind. That is nonsense. A kite does not fly highest in strong winds. Kite gets battered in strong winds. The ability to build each other up does not require us to tear one another down and then try to say, I was doing that for your benefit. So if someone's trying to come back to you at this time with a lot of that energy, like I keep on hearing, like, trying to cozy up to you after you had to, like, energetically, like, move away, like, and I keep on saying, I keep on, like, you can be polite, but you can say to someone, apology accepted and go no further. Those two things can be accepted in the same reality. You can say, we are square, but you stay on that side. You stay over there. We are square, but you stay over there. Is all I keep on hearing. And that is the force of your compassion. That is the force of your compassion. That is compassion in action, which is the space by which you say, I am allowing the context by which we can continue forward. I'm not going to hold it against you, but you stay over there and I stay over here and we will be just fine. Because I just keep on seeing that ability of doing so. And I keep on seeing, if someone's like, I've given you an apology, why can't things go back? You can't unring bells. You can't unring bells. And especially in the context of another person. Like, and I keep on hearing, it's not rude. If someone wants to make it up to you, they don't get to decide what closure is, you do, right? And even if I see somebody in the space of saying they want to, that one, you can say, I respect it. This, like, and I keep on hearing, love is the space by which we honor each other's choices. So I keep on hearing, we don't force an apology. We don't force, even in the space by which I almost see somebody like trying to like first being like despiting you and then saying like trying to force an apology. It's the force, right? It's the force that builds proximity. And the space by which you see someone insisting, remember, it's not polite to insist. And when someone try, keep on hearing, even in the space, like make it make sense when someone's saying, insist, I'm insisting that you give me the opportunity to apologize. That is usually the characterization point on why we do not need to. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because it's the space by which the conversation that instead of I'm sorry starts with I want. If you're having a hard time putting your finger on it, the conversation that says how is a conversation that is apologetic. The space by which someone says, how can I make it up to you? Versus the energy that says, I want to make it up to you. The space by which someone says, I want, is the space by which another person is still allowing their desire to dictate direction instead of understanding the reasons why. And often it's wild. The energy that often is most insistent upon the fact that we are being energetically impossible fails to recognize and identify that their desire does not dictate the terms by which we build relationship. It doesn't come into the space, even in the space of another person trying to make you feel bad about it or trying to articulate that you're energetically hurting them. I keep on hearing the same message. Your boundaries do not hurt anyone unless they're throwing themselves against them. You need to write that down. Your boundaries do not hurt anyone unless they're choosing to throw themselves against them. If you're not doing anything beyond telling someone what you're comfortable with and they're trying to say that your comfortability hurts them, that is them hurting themselves. That's not you hurting them. Don't let their guilt affect your energetic boundaries. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bumblebee. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we got to our 50K milestone. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that milestone today. We will be gifting another reading back to the collective when we get to 100K. All right. I'm so off. It's okay, Wushu. Listen, that's why we practice. That's why we practice. Sometimes we're on, sometimes we're not. I didn't even spell it right. Turducken. Excellent. Hold on a minute. Now I want to know. You don't like that energy at all. It's the insisting that I was seeing. Yeah, I know. Strega she's snoring so loud, man. Do they have like cat ENTs? She's so loud. That's my cat, man. That one's mine. The one I got, the one that's mine snores like a human. I don't know what you guys got. Mine just snores like a person. It is cute. I know. I love when Meatball snore. She does. She looks like a little meatball too because she's all curled up right now. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Nikki. Yes, very much on target with what you're saying. Duchess dreams about running. Ooh, interesting. Are you really going to ask me to do a dream interpretation with one card, Esteban? I was worried. Are you going to try to get me to do a dream interpretation with one card? Meandering. Thank you for the follow. I just took a video of my friend's dog running in his sleep. Oh my God. I adore when they do that. It's so cute. This sounds like you're talking about my mother. Much love to whoever this read is for. Thank you for supporting each other in the comments. That's how I feel about my ex. And Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You stay over there and we're just fine. Exactly how I feel. Sending you support, Cap. Can't always get what we want. Exactly. This is so on point. Yes, and bark, and the bark because they can't catch them just like that. No, we don't need late apologies. When I keep on seeing too, like it's like it's almost like the space of someone saying like what are you doing here? Like what changed in the context of where you find me that suddenly the apology comes through, you know? That's a good one. That facts, that is them hurting themselves is a word. Thank you so much. I appreciate you and happy you came all on my FIT. I am too, dear, and thank you again for all of those gifts and thank you for being here and sharing these messages. We don't want to mic her snore. Are you kidding? We don't need to mic her snore. She's all the way on the bed. You could still hear her. I've got a mic that is supposed to isolate outside sounds, and you can still hear her snoring. That's I imagine how loud it is for me. Strega is like my son's before he had his adenoids and tonsils removed. I know she needs an ENT. I don't think they have cat ENTs. I don't know if, and if they do, I'm sure I can't afford them. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Kate. Kate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. We are doing highest priority messages from spirit, life path, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretation, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Oh, we're also going to do our 50K giveaway. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 39. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No, no, nope. Oracle Erica, congratulations. You got the 50K. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Make sure you guys are tapping that screen in the meantime. And for anyone who wants to get on the list, we've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. Second call right now for Kate. If you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. Counting back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The dog. We'll do that again after the next reading. Second call right now. Oh, gotcha, Kate. And let me just pin them up. Guys, make sure to give Kate some love. How can I break free from a rut I've been in since a breakup 2 years ago? Got you, dear. All right, can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please, for Kate. Two more. I think you need to come into the space of energetically resolving that that there was nothing that you were doing that was changing another person's decisions. This is coming through as like a hard truth read. And I feel like it's really, really hard because I feel like I see somebody that put a lot of damage in because it's not just the fact that they tried to leave, but I feel like they tried to leave and they were trying to give I keep on hearing the reasons that that were excuses for what they wanted to do is what I keep on hearing. The reasons that are excuses for what when someone is in a path work that they identify something that they want to do, they will look for any reason to find an excuse to move away from something, is what I keep on seeing. You did not create that in that person, you found it there. You did not create, I keep wondering, you did not create that in that person, you found it there. And I keep on, and like, I see you, like, I see you kind of playing out scenarios on something that you could have done differently. And I keep on hearing your guide say, you don't, it's not doing something differently. If you had to be a whole different person, is what I keep on seeing. A whole different person. Um, this is, and I can see the heaviness here. I can see it. There's something I keep on doing. There's something really, there's something really important that I'm identifying here in relationality to, like, I just, I keep on hearing a situation of someone trying to say to you, I'm not sure why I keep on hearing this, like someone trying to articulate that you weren't like that you were being energetically judgmental to them. But I keep on hearing it's not judgmental if you want something that's just different than what another person wants. And I feel like there's something I feel like there's something really important about the fact that and I need to be, I need to be really clear on this. I need you to really ask yourself if this person was being honest with you in relationality to what they articulated as the reasons that something was coming into separation. Because I just keep on hearing the same message in relationality to this reading, which is energy that's looking for a reason will always find an excuse, which is the space by which another person comes into a space of articulating something that you're not doing, or some kind of way that you're energetically confounding the situation. The way that I want you to heal from this right now, and I feel like, and I want you to kind of make sure that you're doing this in a very heavy way. I want you writing down your manifestation goals. I really, really want you to, I keep wondering, every time you start thinking about this person, I want you to turn around and instead write down your manifestation goals. I want you to write them down, and I want you to articulate upon the fact of saying, this is my relationship with divine counterpart. This is what it feels like. This is what it looks like. And I keep on, every time you look backwards, I want you to put your head down and write. Because the thing I keep on seeing with you being able to write that manifestation goal is being able to then see what you wrote down and then really ask yourself, could you see that person embodying that manifestation goal joyfully? The key word is joyfully, capital, like joy, like the word has to be joyfully with a big circle around it. Do you see a situation wherein that person would embody that manifestation goal joyfully? Because everything I keep on hearing is like something about that relationship, which is the space by which another person was articulating something that, and I keep on hearing, if you are moving towards a manifestation goal, but the closer you got to it, the more and more resentment seemed to arise between you and them, then that is the difference between what someone said that they wanted versus what they actually wanted. Um, and I feel like I keep on hearing the manifestation goal is going to free you from this. And I know it's going to take some time, because I keep on seeing the more that you can heal by looking back at a situation and understanding that you didn't do anything wrong, but you wanted different things. I feel like it's going to allow you to move this into a space where you recognize and identify that you didn't lose anything with this person. The manifestation goal still exists. You just it's not. And I don't know what I want to make sure you're also not having any communication with this person either. I need to stress this because I don't know why I'm still seeing a little bit of energetic proximity between you and another person. You know, like I keep on hearing one of your guides saying, "Don't look at them." But like I keep on hearing the reason of saying like don't look at them to a certain extent is almost it's like almost the space by which almost like I don't know if this is someone who's trying to like move something into the space of like building a friendship or trying to stay energetically friendly in some way. Like this is why sometimes it's not healing or support. It's not. I know that there are those who characterize that it's really healthy to maintain friendship with people we have past connection with, not all the time. And it couldn't be further from the truth because I keep on seeing, especially if there's some kind of question mark, especially, I want to say, especially if someone put a question mark and a closure point with us, which is someone that tries to say that there's a readiness level in terms of them not feeling ready for something. It can often create us, and we can also create like a healthy relationship never keeps us waiting or in some kind of state of suspended animation, waiting for another person to get ready. It's either the space by we want things on the same timeline or we don't. It's never There's nothing crueler than creating a question mark with another person, which is to say, I don't want it now, but who knows what I'll feel tomorrow, or who knows what I'll feel in a week. That is literally cruelty. That is cruel. And I want you to recognize that if someone's doing something in that way, don't let them get your hopes up like that. Make sure that you're setting very healthy energetic standards. And I keep on hearing it's okay for you to say, I'd rather not talk to you. I'd rather not see you. Because the space by which you articulate to another person, I keep on hearing there's no revolving door on your life, which means you don't have to be friendly with someone that you wanted a different manifestation goal with. Because it's the energy of you saying, I like navigating the disappointment of potentially experiencing that is the space by which you would potentially be getting your own hopes up by having to stay in energetic contact with them. So I keep on seeing, like, again, understanding that we want the same things. We want different things does not require you to be friendly. You can say, we want different things, and I don't need to maintain friendship with you if it hurts too much to acknowledge the fact that you don't want the same manifestation goals as me. That is also, I keep wondering, that is also maturity. That is maturity to the highest extent because it's articulating to another person. And I keep on hearing, don't let someone say to you, oh, so either we're together or not at all. Be like, yes. You can say to someone yes, because in the space of saying it hurts too much to see you, like that is maturity. It's the observation that when we want to build a manifestation goal with someone and they decline upon building it with us, it can sting to see them. And another person that is mindful of us will navigate that and respect it. They won't be judgmental upon us for doing so. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, again, especially with this Six of Swords in its upright. Sometimes like proximity, I keep on hearing proximity helps. Like I keep on seeing here, sometimes moving away from something or getting some kind of energetic distance. I don't know if there's some kind of situation where there in some way, shape, or form this person still inhabits a circle that you occupy. I don't know if that's a situation here. There's nothing wrong in articulating and recognizing that makes things more difficult. And I keep on hearing sometimes that is unavoidable, but the ability of doing so, I feel like a lot of that observation or a lot of that work, I feel like the one thing, everything I keep on hearing is whenever you find your thoughts returning back to them, Like, this is how you're going to start that work. Whenever you find your thoughts returning back to them or feeling that inclination to check upon them, I want you to turn that focus into writing down your manifestation goal. I want you to writing down the manifestation goal. And most importantly, I do not want you attaching anyone to it. I want you just to write, my divine counterpart is doing this. This is what it will look like. This is what that relationship will be. Because everything I keep on seeing here, something about you focusing on that manifestation goal, is the recognition of asking yourself if this person, if you could actually see yourself, if you could actually see this person moving into that manifestation goal, but the key word being joyfully. Joyfully. I keep on seeing the word joyfully circled in a big, like big circle around the word joyfully, not from a space of resentment, not from a space of concession, not from the space of giving up on some kind of dream or opportunity in order to do so. Do you see them being able to inhabit that space joyfully? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very, very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. For anyone joining us who'd like to get on the list, we do life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We also do Akashic and mind, body, spirit. If you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also do so via those same methods. And April, thank you for the follow. Oop. Frog and dog are not the same thing, Nikki. Is there a dove? I don't think there's a dove, Hannah. I haven't seen one. I know the dog is disheveled. I think it's like a wolfhound. I don't think it's supposed to be disheveled. I think it's more like a wolfhound. It's got a little bit of a curliness to its hair. I was thinking the same. They rhyme. Same. I said platypus. Just given up. Finders, not keepers. Caitlin, thank you for the follow. And thank you, April, for the follow. It doesn't work like that. It was unhealthy or bad end. They just want access often and it's traumatizing. It's not petty, it's protective. We've been no contact for a long time. I did that and it happened. And sending you so much support on that journey. But I most important thing I keep on hearing, whenever you start finding yourself reminiscing, I want you writing down those manifestation goals. Like I keep on seeing that, like there's not the space by which you look back, don't look back, right forward. And Nicole, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 1 more spot today before the list will be closed. Where do I get I get my rings all over the place. It's an impossible question. I find them as I find them. Thank you though, Nana. You're so welcome, Queen. Bridgie said platypus. He's scruffy. He's a scruffy guy. All right. And thank you, Lindsay. Well, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. As I said, Nana, it's impossible to tell you. I get them from all over the place. Everyone's got a different story. Yes, right forward. What do you want in the ideal partner? But most importantly, do not connect anyone to it. Keep it divine counterpart. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Crystal, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guides cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nikki, where's that frog? Thank you guys so much. We'll do that again after the next reading. There's no gargoyle. Actually, gargoyle kind of looks like a frog. So I kind of lizard. Okay, queen god. We got a bunch of people getting close. Oh, it's finally the frog. Excellent. All right, friends. We're going to continue. Chrissy, can you let me know if we're doing a general? I see the future. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you just you were just a little bit you were just a little fast. A little fast. I'm laughing. It's good. I mean, I can see the future. Chrissy, could you let me know if we're doing a general? She was feeling froggy. All right. I predicted. You did predict it. I'm very proud of you. Oh, I got you. Ooh, a surprise reading. Okay. See about anything. All right. Spirit, take the wheel. Can I get highest priority, please, for Chrissy? Thank you. Two more. Oh, wow. No, man, I feel like what's going like this retrograde right now, it's bringing up a lot of stuff from the past, either spiritually, emotionally, or tangibly. And one of the things I'm seeing um, around a situation or circumstance is, and it's interesting too because like I feel like I see you in some kind of context, and I keep on hearing the sound you will hear as you're laying healthy boundaries is, I'm very disappointed to hear that, is all I keep on hearing. Like the sound you will hear as you're laying healthy boundaries is, I'm very disappointed to hear that, because I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance where you're bringing some level of clarity to a circumstance or situation, right? Like it's giving me a lot of this, like it's giving me like a lot of this force. And I feel like it's and like, here's the thing about it. Like we will end unhealthy cycles, and energy will be saying to us the entire time, I don't know what's gotten into you. Right? That's the vibration of it. It's working into the context of doing something that we know is energetically right for us. And I keep on seeing, and I feel like, and here's the thing about it like often us setting boundaries tests, like, and we don't mean to do it, but it tests our relationships, because I need to stress this. If we articulate something that we're doing, that we need to, like, often the space by which we're doing something that's healthy for us requires us to stop doing something that's not. And in the context by which we stop doing something that's not, everything we need to know about whether energy is going to progress forward with us on our healing journey is articulated in the boundaries or the standards that we set. Because there's energy that, as I keep on hearing, like, I feel like you're doing a little bit of energetic recall right now. Like the space by which another person, like the song you will hear was somebody who is energetically supportive of the healthy changes that you're making in your life, is literally the vibration that says, sad for me, happy for you, which is the space by which another person potentially feels sad that something in your life is changing that may affect the space by which you're energetically accessible to them, but they also rejoice in the fact of that inaccessibility being something that is supportive and positive to your energetic direction. Like that is the song of maturity. Like that's the space by which we say, sad for me, happy for you, because it's the acknowledgement of the fact that the prioritization point becomes such that allows us to understand that it changes things, but the energy around us celebrates. They celebrate that change. I feel like, and it's almost like, and it's giving me a little bit of that space of understanding that when we do that in a way, and another energy says, how dare you, Well, we learn a lot about the relationship in that moment. We learn a lot about where another person's priorities are in relationality to whether they value our own sense, like the honesty that we bring forth versus something that someone or something that doesn't feel like they have our best interest at heart. And I feel like that's the thing you need to say to yourself right now as it relates to how others come towards you in the space of you making energetic changes in your life, not working through their comments, not working through their criticism. But I feel like you need to write this down and circle this. Whose whose best interest is their opinion coming from? Because I keep on seeing the same thing. Like, and I want to say this too, especially if these are energies or situations that they've damaged relationships for you in the past. You know, it's giving me a lot of that reminder that the life of the party should never seek advice from the party, because often those who like prioritize their access to us will often like articulate their own energetic like criticism upon something that we're doing that's benefiting us because it limits their access towards, like, it limits what we can do for them. And I feel like there's something really significant about that, because I see you kind of going through some kind of energetic pathwork of maturation. And I keep on hearing your maturation, like your transition and maturation will bring out disappointment in others. But remember that if you're maturing, it's something that, and doing something that feels like it's good for you, and someone gets upset or takes that personally, you shouldn't let it change your own direction. You need to ask yourself, whose best interests are they paying attention to? Because I keep on hearing this force of compassion is sad for me, happy for you. And it's interesting too, because I like the fact that you even said before we started this reading, what do I do? Like surprise. But that's what I mean in relationality to surprise. Like it even has to do with the fact of being able to you articulate something that you're changing in your life that may come as a surprise to another. Everything you need to know in how they navigate that surprise will tell you on what they prioritize. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, don't let someone do this invisible ice cream moment to you. Man, this has been coming up a lot during this retrograde. Don't let someone invisible ice cream you. You know what I'm talking, I'm sure you've been here enough that you know what I mean by this, which is someone being like, "Oh, I'm very sad to hear that. You know, I was going to offer you this, but since you've chosen that, poof, there it goes." Don't let someone manifest a fake don't let someone manifest a fake future that they were going to offer you if you hadn't made a choice and then take it away. That was never going to happen. That is someone literally trying to hurt you and literally trying to energetically manipulate you in the space of you making an energetic choice. We know we learn a lot from someone when there's that modality by which we tell them something we're doing that is energetically positive. And in the moment that instead of them saying, "Congratulations, that's great," nobody in their right mind, the word right mind, nobody in their right mind would see us making a positive choice and say, "You know, I'm really sad to hear that because I was going to offer you this. I was going to offer you this. I have this little puppy here, but now, oh no, look what you did. Look what you did to what I was going to give you. You've heard it. You hurt the imaginary thing that I just created to make you feel energetically bad about something that you're doing from a place of reality. Don't let someone ruin the real choices you're making by creating the false impression that they were going to give you something incredible if you had not made those energetic choices. That is literally the sign of someone that is not working towards your benefit. That is literally someone that's trying to create that space of hurting you in the context of you celebrating something. Don't get upset by it. Get observant. Take the note. Don't let it energetically affect you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list The list is open. I've got one spot left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment. Yep, Beep, I got you, dear. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 58.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I see the future. I predicted it. I'm still cracking up about that. Buckle up, Buttercup. Well, one might say you jumped to conclusions. Good job, Cool Beans. I love it. I'll be here all night. Thank you. Don't forget to tip your waiters. Hi there, Phoenix. Good afternoon. I wasted the morning. I didn't wake up. You didn't waste the morning. Okay, listen, Phoenix. Getting the rest you need is not wasting the morning. You got some well-deserved rest. Welcome to, you are awake past 4 a.m. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Good to see you. Hi there, Bridget. Yes, when my ex started dating someone, I was happy for him, but sad for me. Tap to claim, Bridget. Baby, write this down. Take a little note. Yes, Stella, the list is open, dear. We've got one more spot today if you'd like to claim it. Good to see you today. Did someone say ice cream? Yes, I think there's one more spot. There is. I have to lay off the ice cream. Same. Let you hurt the puppy. How could you exactly? How could you hurt the puppy? You're so welcome, Chrissy. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support in your journey. Yep, I got you, Nicole. You are on the list. You're going to be read for after Bridget. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, we got one more spot. Yes, Kat, we already did the collective, dear. We're moving on to personals now. All right, let's continue. The next person. How are you doing today, little bit? I hope you're doing well and I hope you're having a blessed day as well. Next person we're reading for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anyone else would like to secure that final spot today, we do life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nikki! There we go. Right on time. The boar. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Yes. A win is a win. All right. I see the... You did that time. You did see the future. Good job. All right. Where are we? I've got Hannah here. We're doing mind, body, spirit. Also, guys, I'm going to pin up Hannah here. Make sure to give Hannah some love. Can I get a mind, body, spirit reading for Hannah, please? Mind, body, spirit for Hannah. Body, spirit. Thank you. And one card, please. Wow. You know, I feel like I'm seeing something really... It feels like there's something really significant and important I feel like in relationality to, you know, I keep on, I feel like there's something that's happening for you in the space of mind where there's a lot of clarity coming through. Okay. And the one thing I need to articulate with clarity, I keep on hearing, I want you to remember, hindsight is 2020 because hindsight is faulty. That's the first thing I need you to recognize. Hindsight is 2020 because hindsight is faulty. There are things we understand now that there is no way, shape, form possible that we could have understood at the time that we were experiencing them. That's like and I want you to, and again, if there is something that you acknowledge and recognize now that you could not see before, then congratulations. That is the sound of wisdom, like coming towards you in some way, shape, form, or fashion. I do not want you to be too hard on yourself on that. I want you to appreciate and allow that to be a moment where you honor. Like, this is the sound of you becoming sacred, is what I keep on hearing. Because when wisdom starts coming in, we become energetically sacred. So I want you to understand and identify the space by which you are allowing that clarity of observation to come through. I say that right now because, and I feel like this is what I mean in terms of like helping or working through. And I almost kind of see a situation where I see you like navigating someone that's making the same choices that you yourself made. And I feel like what's so difficult in the space by which we are able to hold wisdom is we often recognize how we our ability of not wanting to heed others' wisdom is profound, right? It's the space by often we try to give another person our wisdom, and they don't hear anything, you know? It's wisdom needs to be found. um Wisdom, we need to find our own wisdom, and we can try. I keep on hearing we can try to give another person guidance on it, but and I feel like there's something very important that's coming through in understanding that when we try to force our wisdom onto another person, we create trauma. I know. It's so frustrating, but you cannot force wisdom. When you force wisdom, you create trauma. When you force wisdom, you create trauma. I just keep on hearing that coming through. So I want you to think about, I feel like the thing that can effectively help, um, as it relates to going through something with another person and helping them kind of work through their own difficulty points. I keep on hearing, I want you to recognize that what you're doing right now is when I want to stress this. When we are going through moments that we see someone going through the same things that we ourselves went through, we become the force of our energetic child healing, right? Which is the context by which we don't need to try to force that wisdom in, right? Because often, again, trauma comes through forced wisdom. But allowing the context by which I keep on hearing, the space by which you create a space where another person feels that they can come towards us, that we become the energetic supportive system, that the ability that when another person is feeling isolated, the thing that we often need is the reminder and telling them, I know you feel alone right now, but I am here with you. That is often the greatest gift that we can give one another. And that's the beauty of it, which is we don't need to create the space where we feel like we have to force wisdom, but rather creating the energetic sanctuary where another person knows that even if they're working through something, that we're there to effectively support them. So I want you to kind of think about that to a certain extent, because I keep on seeing and I keep on hearing, especially in the space of the body, having to identify and understand what it means to be a sanctuary does not mean that you have to accept everything that comes through your door. A sanctuary is not the space by which we say anything is available to come in. When we have it, when we are an energetic sanctuary point, we say, so long as you do this, you're welcome to come in. So long as you are mindful of being respectful to something, then this is the space that's open for you. I feel like I see you having to kind of work through a space where you're trying to tell someone that you're there no matter what, but also recognizing that no matter what does not mean that they can do anything. It's the space by which you can articulate and say, and I keep on getting this message coming through. When I said wisdom, forcing wisdom creates trauma. The reason I said that forcing wisdom creates trauma is often wisdom that is not articulated upon feels like it is unreasonable. When we are able to amplify and articulate the reasons why we are firm on things, we never create trauma in disappointing another person, because so long as the thing that we're holding a standard on is reasonable, as long as we can explain to another person why it's energetically important, is the space by which we understand that we can. I keep on seeing the space by which you say the rule of compassion is we create the space by which we honor another's choices unless we feel those choices are harming the person we care about, right? That is the energetic caveat to choice, which is the space by which we say, I love you. I will honor your choices, but my love does not need to honor a choice that I feel and can recognize and I know is hurting you, and further, that I can articulate upon the reasons why I believe it is doing so. So I feel like it's hard because I almost see you trying to help another person find those boundaries and find those standards. But I feel like this is the way that you can articulate that without feeling like you have to enforce something, but allowing another person to arrive to you in that context. More than anything, I keep on seeing right now, like especially with the King of Cups, I keep on seeing when someone's going through something difficult, the last thing they want to hear is I told you so. The thing they want to hear is it's okay, right? The context by which another person is able to recognize and work through something is the space by which we empower them. So I keep on hearing, make sure you are having empowering conversations, which is, I keep on hearing, an empowering conversation does not need to be a conversation wherein you put up with anything, right? An empowering conversation is one that says, look, I am ready to meet you so long as you're able to meet me. Like the space by which you say to another person, the conversation exists, but it's also conducive upon your own readiness. So make sure that you're having empowering conversations. And I keep on saying empowering conversations does not require you to say yes to everything, but making sure that you're not matching energy and saying, when you're ready to do this, I will also show up for you in this capacity. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Six of Wands in its reversal. Make sure you're not getting caught in the space. A healthy conversation is not a conversation by which we articulate upon how much we disappoint each other. There is no healthy conversation by which nothing positive comes from a conversation with energy that just articulates their energetic disappointment to things. So I feel like this has to do with potentially you having to heal from it, like from another person's negativity, or having to help someone through their own negativity. You know, we're operating in. I keep on hearing, never are we in such a state of of ungratitude than when we look around at the world and all we see is disappointment. Often, when we look around the world and see disappointment, we fail to understand that the world is not here, like the world is not here to satisfy us, but rather it is something that we energetically work towards. So I feel like, again, if this is a situation where someone is articulating their frustration on the fact that the world is not perfect, I always feel like it's always wild when someone has a conversation about the world not being perfect, because it's not about the world being perfect. Being like, what are you doing to perfect it? You know what I mean? Like, it's not about talking about the dissatisfaction of the world we find. It's asking the question and saying, well, if the world's not perfect, what are you doing to move it in accordance with what you would find better? So I keep on hearing the discontent with optimism is what we call a plan. So if someone's just coming to you in that space of griping, I almost feel like you have to say to them, like, what are you looking for in this conversation? Are you looking for someone to hold space through your own negativity, or are you looking for an energetic solution? And I think you might have to say to someone, I even see like given your bandwidth right now, I think you might even have to say to someone like, look, I feel like I see you in such a state of healing that you might have to like lay some healthy boundaries and say like, look, I am willing and available if you want to have a conversation on how to make something better, but I don't want to have a conversation with you if you're just going to talk about how bad it is. Like I almost see you having to draw kind of lines there. That's an okay boundary to hold with someone. Like the space by which I keep on hearing like no griping environment, which is the space by which it's like it's okay to gripe so long as you're able to articulate what you're going to energetically do about it, rather than coming into the space of constantly complaining about something, but then also not doing anything to try to affect an energetic change. So I feel like that's in a way, I almost feel like that's you speaking truth to power right now. Like, and I almost feel like I almost see you like having to kind of like put your foot down in relationality to energy that like, I feel like never are we ruminating more than when we're feeling proud about talking about how bad something is without doing anything about it. That is literally the sound of exceptionalism. Like the sound of exceptionalism is complaining about something and then feeling important because you can complain about it. So make sure, I feel like that's the space by which I feel like I almost see you like having to like call someone out on that, in the space by which we identify and recognize like it's very I keep wondering, it's very convenient to turn your nose to something and feel like you're better than it, rather than like and again, you'll usually notice energy that's doing that when they start to complain about something. You say, well, what are you doing to change it? And when they go silent, that's usually your answer, right? It's not it's very it's very easy to complain. Putting the complaint into a plan of action is something very different. So let that be, like I keep on hearing, you can allow that criticism to empower in relationality to working through something, particularly if it feels like there's somebody around you that just wants to come towards you complaining about something perpetually that they're never ever doing anything about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Ooh, who am I reading for next? I've already got your cards out. Um, Pregnancy and medical, happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, life, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We also do Akashic and mind, body, spirit. The next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Cow, boar, same thing. Cool beans. Just kidding. Future. Now I kind of want to watch SpongeBob. Oh, I love SpongeBob. I'm here in mind, body. I'm here in body. My mind is many other places. My spirit is roaming at the moment. Hindsight makes it obvious. Absolutely. Lived experiences are learned experiences. When you force wisdom, you create trauma. People have to go through things in their own way and time. Exactly. Yes, I can be the example for them to refer to when they are ready. Share my experience, but not push. And I feel like I see you actively doing that in some capacity, you know? Oh, thank you as well, Adam, for being here and receiving these messages. Good to see you today. Yes, learning to be supportive, but also setting boundaries to not harm myself. Kat, how do you mold a conversation around disappointment if not communicating it directly? Well, what do you mean about, I think we want to remove the word mold from conversation, right? A good way to describe this is not just is articulating, is having an empowering conversation, which is not the conversation saying you're disappointing me, being like, this is what I've identified, we can do better, right? The observation of something that happened, but then articulating upon what would be more ideal. That's exactly the kind of thing that we're talking about in that reading. The world is not here for our pleasure. Tap to claim, Nikki. Yes, I love that. Sometimes I feel like I'm not supportive if I don't let people complain, but I need to set realistic around boundaries around venting. Well, and I feel like that's what I mean. Like I keep on hearing it's okay for you to say like, look, I'm not here. I'm not here. I don't like, I'm not available for a space by which I keep on hearing like that's trauma dumping, like the space by which another person's like, can I, and I keep on, and I need to stress this. It's not that we all don't need that, right? But this is why we'll often say to one another, like the space by which we say, can I just, can I just complain? Like even in the space by which you say, can I complain to you for a moment? Like the space by which another person needs to vent something, even you'll often notice that energy that doesn't do it frequently will ask permission. Will ask permission before they do so because they know the energetic heaviness or the burden that it places on another person, right? It's the space by which we understand that even when we don't do it often, we usually ask permission before we do so because we just need, like, we just need to get it out of our system, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like that's like, I keep on hearing like you having to say to like someone, like having to kind of like speak to them and say like, look, I'm available for you if you want to, if you want to have a solution. But if you keep on coming to, I keep on hearing you say to someone like, if you're going to keep coming towards me articulating upon a problem that you don't intend to change, you're putting me in a very traumatizing position, which is the space by which you're articulating the fact that you're hurting and you're not doing anything about it. Right. And that's what I keep on hearing. That's a traumatizing situation to put another person in, to say, I'm constantly in pain. And then being like, have you done anything about it? No, I'm constantly in pain. It's like it creates the space of trauma within us to have to hold that for another person. All right, my friends, and thank you again. I hope that helps, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Thank you as well, Felicia, for joining us today. I keep having confirmation on my intuition is on point, but I feel like there's more of it. Happy to read for you on that, Felicia. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. How are you doing today, Newly? And again, just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. Next person we are reading for today is, we got Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Nikki's question, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The crane. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And also, friends, we're at 63.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Thank you. Hold on a minute. Realistic boundaries around venting. Tap to claim. Yes. The boundary should be around when it's continued complaining with no action. Thank you. This seems to be a theme in my readings lately, preparing me for something. I used to have friends that only called to me to trauma dump. We don't talk anymore. I'm not having that anymore. Sending you support, Bridget. Yes, the problem is I kind of like it, but not in a healthy way. It's a distraction from myself. Beautifully said. I'm here. I got you, Nikki. Dream in the disco. All right. All right, where were we? Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I just need to point out the reason I'm laughing right now is because Nikki will send me dreams and title them. So this dream is entitled Little Green Creatures. All right, I'm going to also pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. All right, Little Green Creatures. I had this dream a while ago, and this has really stuck with me. It felt almost like a waking dream. I could see the actual room around me while I was dreaming. I think this is called a lucid dream. I'm not even sure if my eyes were actually open or closed. It could have been one of those dreams where you feel awake and see things in your room, like almost like a hallucination. I've had that happen before with spiders ever since I was traumatized by a spider bite. In the dream, I felt a presence that seemed to wake me up. I looked around toward the corner of my room and saw shelves that don't exist in real life. On these shelves were little green men, kind of like elves on the shelf, but green, moving around and doing things. When I caught sight of them, they froze in shock and then immediately started to scurry. That was the moment I felt validated, like I'd finally proven they were there. I thought, or maybe even said out loud, "Ha, I see you." I'm not sure if I actually spoke, but they definitely knew I had seen them. Their startled expressions were so vivid, like deer in headlights, as they scrambled into a hole in the wall to hide. Instead of feeling scared, I felt triumphant, almost amused, like I knew it all along. The memory of catching the little green men in action has stuck with me. It obviously was significant because I remember it so well. I can still see it clearly in my head, and I still kind of imagine them up in the corner. For some reason, the memory of this has come up again recently, making me wonder even more what it meant. Yeah, can I get two cards? Yeah, you already got two cards out, so I'm going to draw the other two. Wait till you see the cards that came out. Yep. Okay, and I just need to stress this. So before we started this reading, we had two cards come out of the deck, and I just now that I've read the dream, the cards feel even more significant because the cards that we had that came out were the Page of Wands and its transverse in combination with our Nine of Pentacles in its transverse. So, there's something very significant that you said in the space of this dream, where you articulated the fact that you said that you saw these little creatures that were moving around on shelves that do not exist in the tangible space. And you even described the fact that the dream itself felt very lucid. And I can see what you mean by the lucidity of this dream, because you felt like you were in a liminal space where you felt like you could almost be awake. You weren't sure if you were waking or sleeping in the space of having this dream. And there's something really important that you identified first in the space of the energies standing in shock and starting to scurry when you observe them, but also in the context that you said, I see you. And you said, I'm not sure if I actually spoke, but I knew I had seen them. And then you said that you had a feeling of being scared but triumphant, almost amused. And you said, I knew it all along. So, what we're effectively identifying in the space of this dream is, and it's actually interesting too, because we've seen, and this is why I like to do dream work with my clients, because as we start to build into the context of a dream space, we are able to understand and identify the significance of the symbology that we see that occurs in the space of the dream. Now, one of the identifying factors that we've noticed a lot in your particular dream landscape is the observation of creatures. In several of the dreams that you've brought forth to me, you have articulated the fact that you've had these dreams with these, I want to describe them best as negative creatures. You are defining them as monstrous creatures. You often define them as something that others are afraid of. And what's interesting in the context of those dreams is we often see a lot of the energy in those dreams being energetically reactive to the presence of those things. But then there's always a way to heal and suppress them. And I think what's interesting about it is even in the space by which they come to you in the dreams, you never destroy them, you mollify them. And we've articulated from the interpretations of those dreams that that is the identification of how far you've come in your own healing journey. The fact that the identification of unhealthy thought forms that appear in your dream space has to do with how you do your own shadow work. It's the identification of an unhealthy thought form, and you recognize that you don't try to destroy an unhealthy thought form, because often when you try to destroy an unhealthy thought form, you're putting energy towards it. It's like the shadow work that's energetically reactive, but rather coming to embrace the space of the things that we feel anxiety about is how we're able to conduct ourselves effectively. So this is almost like another access point in that same vibration, because it begs to reason, right? It begs to reason that if you have all of these dreams where you keep on identifying unhelpful energy, unhelpful thought forms, the doubts and the fears that manifest as literal entities in the space of your dream space, then there must be energy that does the opposite. There must be energy that is productive. There must be energy that is helpful. There's energy that helps us move towards what is energetically positive. And so, what I love about this in the space of you having this dream is this is the response back from all of those dreams that you had in relationality to the presence of the unhelpful thought forms and the work that you're doing to heal it. And what's hard about it is you'll notice that in the dream space, the unhelpful thought forms, the negative thought forms, you can't avoid them. They're everywhere. You see them all the time. They embody, right? They project. It's like the ability to see them everywhere can sometimes feel overwhelming. The problem with the healthy thought forms, blink and you'll miss them. They're not trying to be seen. They're doing the work. They're doing the work under the surface. They're keeping everything going. They're moving things in accordance to stuff. And so I think one of the things that's so fascinating to recognize in the dream space is the unhelpful thought forms are everywhere and everyone's running in panic from them. The healthy thought forms are like the little green men. They don't want to bother anybody. They're just trying to get things done, right? They're look for the helpers, but often you don't the helpers aren't looking for attention. They're too much working in the space of intention, which is why when you see them, they were like, and they scurried away. They go, no. And so I feel like it's really beautiful the fact that in the space of your dream, you saw them presenting in that way, right? Because it almost it's like it's the idea or the identification that the energy that is around us that almost acts in the space of our angels isn't looking for attention. They're working with intention. They don't want energetic praise. They don't need that space of stepping up, right? They want to do something that helps you empower yourself. And so I think that there's something really beautiful in this moment or that modality wherein you almost found them in that liminal space, a place between waking and dreaming. You weren't necessarily sure if it was real or not. Because often, like I keep on seeing, like the vibration by which you're able to see the embodiment of them, this is often like, this is how it feels when someone cares about us, right? This is how it feels when someone's energetically trying to support us. They're not trying to step forward and be like, it was me, you owe me, right? It's the energy that works tirelessly under the surface to allow us to be able to see ourselves. So that's why I feel like even in the observation of the guides showing this to you, it's almost like a beautiful allegory in terms of looking for the helpers. Because you always have to look really hard for the helpers, because those that are helping, they're not going around, I keep hearing, they're not screaming it from the rooftop, right? They're not broadcasting it out. They're doing what is energetically necessary. And they're often doing it. What is the key word that they're doing it in? They're doing it in a selfless fashion. They're doing it in a way that they don't want to be seen. They don't want to be seen. They're like, oh no, you've seen me. And as soon as you see them, they scurry away, right? Because it's the space by which it's like that is almost the intention, or that is the energetic vibration by which we're trying to do something in a way. And I think that a lot of that is, I think that what's beautiful about that is I keep on getting the message coming through that like you wouldn't be able to see the helpful ones if you weren't doing the work to heal from the unhelpful ones. Like the space by which you're not allowing yourself to be energetically consumed or overwhelmed by the unhealthy thought forms, right? When we're able to kind of mollify the unhealthy thought forms, we're able to see, we leave ourselves the ability to see the fact that there are helpful things too, right? The problem is they're harder to see because They don't grab our attention. They just work tirelessly behind the scenes to energetically get us to where we need to be, the sign of a good guide. Bottom of the deck, and I think that also speaks towards the fact that you identified the fact that you said that there were all these shelves there. I would be really curious about what you potentially saw on those shelves, because I keep on getting the sense that the identification point of the shelves is the space by which you understand that they're guarding your shelves, which is the things that you put on the shelf that matter to you. They do the work to energetically prioritize. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, Ace of Pentacle in its reversal, right? Like, and I need to point this out too. That I would not be surprised if you told me that the shelf didn't have anything on it, because I wouldn't be surprised if the space by which in the past, if you were having all those unhelpful thought forms, they were occupying the space of the shelf. Like when you have too many of the unhelpful thought forms, all you can see on the shelf are the things that create anxiety for you. But the fact that you've had these dreams where you even said you were putting scarves on, you were putting scarves on the unhealthy thought forms. You were putting care to them, which means the unhealthy thought forms can move away from you, right? Because you're not trying to fight them, you're making peace with them, which means the space by which the shelves become clear allows the ability to observe those that are working tirelessly upon them. So the latent energy that allows for the possibility of what can be. And so that's why it also feels like kind of another message in relationality to like the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. There's almost a question that's coming through in the dream itself, which says, now that you don't have all that space taken up on your shelf by the unhealthy thought forms, what are you going to put there so they can work to energetically protect it? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If anybody else would like to claim the final spot on the list today, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. We're also at 66.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting another reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time, and I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. Shout out to ChatGPT for synesizing. Nice. Thank you as well, Hannah. Little green creatures. Oh my God. Yes, I've had that, and I can't deal with that for sure. I was like, gotcha. Yeah, it was giving Toy Story energy. Yep, you're not supposed to catch the leprechauns. I like that. Kind of like leprechauns. Hi there, loading. You recently found someone. Hold on a minute, I lost my spot. Okay, I lost it. Hold on a minute. I recently found someone who looks a lot like you. I am someone who does mediumship, but I don't articulate as, I don't define myself as a medium, loading. Yes, I knew. I was like, I knew you guys were here. Finally got you. A lot of creatures, many of them green, I'm realizing now. But I need to point out, like, again, and I think it's interesting too, because in the space by which you identify the unhealthy thought forms, you often describe them as like very dark or heavy, but the greenness is speaking towards the productivity of something, right? Something that feels like it's nourishing. Yep, green is the heart chakra. That's true. Always trying to heal them. I feel like the little green men that steal my socks. I like that. My dreams always with the unhelpful thought forms. But not this one. Not this one. Yes, they didn't feel bad. They were like, oop, we've been caught, which is kind of interesting. The dream has been coming up lately. Very interesting. Thank you as well, Nikki. My precious. I don't remember if there was anything on there. It was like they were working around and that was their way back. No, nothing on it. Thank you. That is so cute. Healthy shelves. You're welcome, Nikki. I do my best, dear. And thank you again for trusting me with that reading. All right. Next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. And I've got, you'll be the fourth person read for. And I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. All right. We've got a question in the disco under general. But before we continue right now, let's do another intuition check. I got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ram. Thank you guys so much. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, I'm going to pin Bridget up here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. We want to support each other. All right, Bridget, outside tea. My neighbors or landlords, the ones I don't talk to anymore, ever since their outdoor cat didn't come back while I was watching him, we shared a mutual friend who just passed away last week. They had known him longer, but for years we used to get together for holidays, sports, even camping trips. So his passing has hit me hard. What's difficult is that I feel like I'm grieving alone since they no longer speak to me. I did reach out to them and express my condolences because of course I would. They said thank you, but other than that, nothing. Last night I dreamt of him and it felt more like a visitation than just a dream. I'd like to pull 2 cards on this experience and see what am I meant to know or take away from this dream, and 2 cards on my relationship with my neighbors. I got you, dear. And thank you. I mean, I've got confirmation that it was a visitation dream. You know, I feel like I don't know why I'm getting this, but there's some kind of quality of unexpectedness that I'm seeing in relationality to someone's passing. I see somebody here that like very, very, very much thought that they had more time. And I would be very curious in the context. It almost feels to me like someone that knew, I don't know, like somebody that it's interesting. It almost feels like somebody that knew that something was wrong, but they thought they had more time, if that's what I'm getting. You know what I mean? Like something that like I keep on hearing like some kind of fast decline around something is what I keep on seeing. And I feel it's interesting too, because it almost feels like the visitation is coming in the form of an apology. Because I keep on hearing the vibration of someone that's saying, I knew, but I didn't know it would happen so rapidly. I thought I had more time to get to all the things that I was trying to get to, is what I keep on seeing, you know? And I keep on hearing like, it's interesting too, because I feel like it's almost like somebody that was trying to build into some kind of plans by which they wanted to catch up with you. And it's interesting because I keep on hearing like, I keep on hearing someone that's trying to apologize that they didn't notify you sooner about something. But I almost keep on getting the fact of someone saying like, I didn't like, as like, that's what I mean in terms of someone being like, I wanted to let you know sooner, but I thought I had more time. Things escalated very quickly, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's the message that's effectively coming through on the other side. And I think it's really wild because I almost see you. It's funny because typically, like, you know, I feel like it's this, I almost see you trying to apologize to another person, but I feel like the dream itself was them trying to apologize to you because of the rapidness of something that they knew was energetically occurring, you know? Like I literally see a situation of someone that's trying to say to me, they thought they had they thought they had like years, but instead they had weeks kind of thing, is what I really keep on seeing. But I feel like a lot of the space, and I think that one of the things you'll identify in often when you have the energy come to us in this way, it's often to let us know that they're fine. It's interesting too, because I keep on hearing that there was a double meaning in them arriving to you, because it keeps on saying, like, I keep on, it's funny too, because I keep on hearing them say, sorry, I'm late. And it's funny because they're saying, sorry, I'm late, but they're not saying, sorry, I'm late, as in, sorry, I'm late. They're saying, sorry, I'm late, as in, sorry, I crossed over so quickly because I didn't have the time to say goodbye to you properly, is what I keep on hearing about something in relationality to the space of the dream, which is why they keep on saying, sorry, I'm late, which is I didn't have enough time to be able to go through the process that I thought that I would be able to go through in relationality to building some sense of closure around things. In relationality to, um, in relationality to the situation with the neighbors, um, I keep on seeing, like, excuse me, and this is what I mean, like, I gotta tell you, I'm just gonna tell you something that I'm picking up on. I don't know why I'm reading into this. I feel like something about the neighbors have a better understanding of what happened to their pet, and I feel like they recognize that it had nothing to do with you, and now they're energetically mortified. Is what I'm just telling you what I'm seeing here. Like, I keep on hearing I keep on seeing a situation of someone being energetically mortified, is what I keep on seeing. I'm not sure why I'm getting this. Like, something about being able to energetically recognize something, like having some kind of point of insight and relationality to that. But I almost see I have somebody like almost working through something with their head down, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it almost feels like someone too embarrassed to articulate something to you, because um, like I literally, like, I see some kind of situation that you amplified, that you didn't do anything wrong, and I almost like it almost feels like the energy. I feel like they're over the fact. I feel like I keep on hearing, like, it's almost giving me the vibration of someone who's over being upset at you, and instead they're more mortified upon themselves, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it's giving me a little bit of vibration of someone that's like recognizing the fact that they brought too much emotionality to a situation or circumstance, so it was absolutely beyond your control. And so I almost like, it's interesting too, because I've got some kind of sense. It's like it's interesting, because I just keep on reading a situation of someone that's less upset at you and more embarrassed about themselves, is what I'm getting. Like, that's the thing that I'm almost seeing here. Like, it's the energy that realizes that their volatility was mortifying in such a way. But I almost see the space by which, I keep on hearing, like, they understand that there's some things that you can't come back from. And what's wild about it, I keep on seeing that potentially they have some kind of point of understanding upon what happened to that pet, that I almost see the fact that they might not have effectively revealed to you, because I keep on seeing the fact of them, like, recognize. I keep on hearing, like, something about the volatility that they brought to you would just amplify their own energetic embarrassment, is what I keep on seeing. I'm not sure why, like, I keep on seeing, like, something here about someone feeling more embarrassed than upset. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information on this. Yeah, it's like, especially with the Queen of Swords in its upright. I I feel like there's something really significant that I think that's happening here. Um, and I see it like I see it even now in the space by which, um, I keep on hearing, like it's giving me the vibration. It's funny too. I need to point this out. Traumatized people make scapegoats out of their own insufficiencies, is what I keep on hearing. Like when someone is energetically traumatized, they look for someone to blame instead of recognizing and identifying something they could have done better, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really in the space of someone putting you in a situation that was not energetically fair. Um, and I keep on like, and I think even the space by which you identified, um, like I keep on hearing, if you allow something, like again, and I'm getting, it's interesting too, because I'm actually getting this from the app. If you allow something outside, you can't energetically predict what's going to happen to it. So the space by which you get upset that something happened outside, and asking someone, like I keep on hearing, like asking someone, like the space by which it happened, something happened in the space by which they weren't there. I almost like I almost see some kind of situation where something got into somewhere, is what I keep on seeing. Like they got into somewhere where they shouldn't have been, but they never would have been there if they weren't being able to be energetically outside in the first place, which is why I almost feel like there was some kind of situation of someone potentially articulating to them that they found them, and then understanding the full force by which not only did they lose an energetic pet, but also that they blamed you for something that was literally, I feel like they almost got validation of something that you said that was true. But that's why I keep on hearing they're not upset, they're mortified at themselves, because I almost keep on seeing a situation of someone hanging their head. Um, in relationality to the energy that passed, I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing like someone, it's like resonating with the space of conversations happening. Like I almost feel like if your ears are burning right now, I wouldn't be surprised, because I hear somebody saying or articulating, having conversation about how you didn't necessarily energetically deserve something, right? But I need to point this out. Like sometimes when we realize that someone doesn't deserve something, we also realize that um I almost see someone being better left unsaid in relationality to recognizing that them, like I almost feel like they understand like the space by which they were to apologize to you for something wouldn't make it okay. It might just reopen a wound, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on hearing something about good fences make good neighbors. Like they lost. I keep on hearing you didn't lose access to them. They lost access to you because of their mortifying treatment of something that was not your fault. Um, and I almost feel like there's something, I keep on hearing like there's something about this loss that's kind of bringing that anew again. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that like is the space by which another person tries to bring forth some kind of conversation, because I almost hear somebody talking about it, you know. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. We've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And also, if you, we are at 68.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Danielle, thank you for the follow. 1 minute. No dragon for you. Yeah, not a lot of dragons today, huh? Just like an elf, yes. I didn't think there was a zebra, but my BF guessed that when you were listening. I don't think there's a zebra either. Thank you as well, Nicole. Yeah, that's not okay. Sending you so much support there. Danielle, again, thank you for the follow. They hold on a minute. So I don't know if I missed something that came through, Bridget, because all I saw was then they saw the cancer. So I'm not sure if there was a message before that. He did go really fast after that. He looked really good in the visitation. In the end, he was in Texas with some family and couldn't make it back. Thank you. He desperately wanted to come back. And again, that's what I meant in terms of someone saying, sorry, I'm late. I kept on seeing someone saying, I feel like I saw someone that knew. They just thought they were very confident that they were going to have more time. The cat wasn't your fault. Agreed. Maybe there were some things they didn't tell you that they should have. Yeah, my neighbors used to be like family to me for years, but now it's like we never were. Oh, that's so disappointing. Honestly, wouldn't even entertain reconciliation with them at this point. Well, and it almost feels to me like I feel like there's a conversation that's ensuing in relationality to them having some kind of information upon that they have now that they haven't related to you because something about the information they have has mortified them. Yeah, embarrassed at their reaction and don't know how to connect. Correct. Exactly. I just moved into acceptance. The crazy thing is, I was grieving the loss of my best friend when the cat thing happened, sending you so much support, dear. I was not in a space to care. I was not even feeling anything but grief then, and they knew this. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yeah, it was really bad weather that week. I think the cat, that's what I'm seeing. I see that. I think the cat got trapped somewhere. Yes, we are just the landlord and tenant relationship now. I keep on seeing they have some kind of information they haven't shared with you about it. I've learned to just accept it and try to move forward. You're so welcome, Bridget. Oh, thank you, Kat. I do my best. I do my best to help, and I'm so glad these messages are helping you in some way, shape, or form. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Oracle Erica. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? I believe I already see that your question is on the it's on the disco. I just need confirmation if it's inside T or outside T. And while we wait for that, let's do another intuition check. Just a reminder, if anybody would like to claim the final spot today, we've got one more spot before the list will be closed. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, animal, 2, 1. We finally got our dragon today. We got the earth dragon. All right, let's continue forward. Close with the water dragon beep. All right. And yep, I see it in the disco. Excellent. Can you just let me know if it's inside T or outside T, dear? And just a reminder to anyone who would like to get on the list today, we do hear life path, highest party messages from a spirit, past life readings, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretation, guided messages, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Excellent. Oh, I can share. Perfect. And I'm going to pin you up here, guys. Make sure to give Oracle Erica some love. Okay. My mom, oh, I see it there. You can share. My mom reached out to another friend who I'm still in contact with sometimes to try and reconcile. We haven't spoken in 2 years. She's very toxic and I love and miss her. She's still my mom. I dream of her every night. My stepdad, and my brother very much often. But I know I've given her so many chances. And the last time we spoke, I told her I couldn't do it anymore, that if we were to speak or repair anything, it would have to be in a family counseling setting. And she said to my friend, she wanted to start light and get lunch. She claims she's been getting help. I don't buy it, and I just wanting to know her intentions and if my stepfather is encouraging her to stay away from me too. I feel like he's always been energetically jealous of us kids at times if my mom paid us too much mind. I also feel like she's only talking to this friend because they are the last available. She can reach out to me herself in so many other ways, which makes me feel like that's why she hasn't changed. Can I get 4 cards, please? the one thing I'm seeing here, and it's coming through as a message from your guides, which is the understand. I keep on hearing somebody being, I see somebody saying, they won't talk to me. Will you get through to them? But I almost see someone being like, that's not the kid, that's not what's happening, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like the word that to help you recognize and identify whether there is a conversation that can be had between you and them is whether they are honoring your reality check, which is what I see. Because I keep on hearing someone too deep in their ego will abandon reality to embody the personal tragedy. When we are too much in our ego, we will abandon the reality of a situation to dwell entirely in the personal tragedy of something that is energetically occurring. So I would be very conscientious in relationality to what your friend said, in relationality to what they communicated to them. If this is the space by which another person said, I am amenable, please let them know I am amenable to talking to them in the context by which they've articulated that we can communicate and they'll feel safe. Then yes, this is energy that's gotten help, because that is them embracing the energetic reality of a situation, which is not the space by which you said that you would not communicate them, but the boundaries by which you told them you would feel safe, seen, and supported to do so. So if this is a situation where the person that you've spoken to says, I spoke with that person, they said they would like to talk to you about building the infrastructure by which you can start to rebuild that relationship, then I would say in that way, that would be your evidence of them coming into the space of being able to heal, because they are embodying and embracing the reality of a situation. However, if this is an energy that is articulating and saying, ah, poor me, I am very sad, I don't know what to do. She won't, like, the person refuses to talk to me. There's nothing I can do. They're being unreasonable. Will you please talk to them and tell them that I will do anything to communicate with them, right? If they were having a woe is me conversation with this person, then they're calling people and telling them that you are traumatizing them. A woe is me conversation is them saying, poor me, they're traumatizing me. Will you please tell them to stop traumatizing me? They haven't come into a space of healing. They're still deep into their ego. And further, they're calling others to try to articulate to them that you are purposely hurting them, instead of embracing the reality of the situation, which is not you saying, I will never speak to you, don't come near me, but the space by which you said to them, I am perfectly willing, able, and ready to meet you. But this is the structure that I need in order to feel safe for doing so. So I keep on hearing that everything you need to know as to whether this is going to be a helpful conversation is what they communicated to that person. Did they communicate to them and say, please let them know I am ready, I've done the work, I am willing to show up, I want to create the space by which we can have a productive conversation? That would be evidence of someone that has moved out of their egoic self, that is able to come into the space of recognizing what needs to heal. But if this is an energy that was having a woe is me conversation with someone, which is the space by which they said, please, will you do something? I'm desperate. They're hurting me so much. I don't know what else I can do. I've been doing everything, right? I keep on hearing, if they say to that person, I've been doing everything, instead of I'm ready to do the thing that they're asking me to do, they're still in their egoic journey, right? They're still going on the ego trip. If they're saying, I don't know what to do, I've done everything, and being like, have you done the one thing she asked you to do? And she says, no, I've done everything. They need to see reason. Then it's still a power struggle between you and them. They're ego tripping, and not only are they ego tripping, but they're ego tripping and calling your friends and telling them that you're continuing to traumatize them instead of trying to communicate to you. So I keep on saying, making sure that this is not the energy that is reaching out from a space of desperation to say, please, please, please tell her I've done everything possible to heal, but not conceding to the one thing that you've requested that you need in order to facilitate a healthy conversation. Bottom of the deck on this reading, got 2 coming through. I know, it's hard. Like, I can see the space by which you miss another person. And I feel like, and I keep on saying, you can send someone a reminder. You know, you can communicate to someone and say, let's be clear. I never said that I wouldn't communicate to you. These are the spaces by which I said I would be comfortable doing so. The reaffirmation, I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship is one that honors boundaries. They don't make it seem like we're hurting them by having them. So if that's the space by which you reach out and say, look, listen, I heard you reach out to somebody. I want to be clear. It's not that I'm not talking to you. These are the conditions by which I'd be more than happy to build that connection. If you're saying that you're ready to do that work, know that I'm here and I'm waiting. Then again, making sure that what this person is not doing is trying to circumvent an energetic boundary that you've articulated that is very reasonable, by trying to tell people that you're being unreasonable or trying to frame a situation or reality that is non-existent to what is actually happening. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Oracle Erica. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 1 spot available. You could even make it easier. You can even say, like, look, this is a person I found. Like, if you want to reach me, this is who here's the time, here's a date. This is the person. You know what I mean? Like, you can make it as easy as possible for someone and be like, look, I've even taken the work out for you. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Oracle Eric. And again, if you'd like to get on the list, we've got 1 spot available today before the list will be closed. We do hear life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Gorgeous, I'm not sure what you're articulating. You're here in my room. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, Kat. For me going live, yes. If you go to my stack, I usually post my schedule there. You can usually find me here most mornings at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. But if you want my exact schedule, heading over to my stack or being a member of my Discord, I'll usually post it there. All right, and the next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, oh, I see you, dear. Thank you. And I'm just going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. I don't mind. Thank you as well. Book lover, I'd be happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. All you need to do is send the donation, and you'll get the final spot today, and we'll also close the list for today. Yeah, I missed that one part. I feel like there was something that was missed in that filter, because all I saw was then the Cancer, which made me believe that there was something that was stated before that didn't come through. Oh, thank you for the heart me's, Rainbow. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Erica, exactly. Yeah, I feel like that's what's going on. My intuition is like, woe is me. No more lies. She's never done anything wrong, and it's my mental health. I'm not mentally stable, she says, and that's why I won't talk to her. But I keep on stressing, it's not that you won't talk to her if you're articulating the space by which you're ready, willing, able to communicate. Thank you for the help, Bridget. I'm just trying to break cycles. I see that. That's a great idea, a reminder. I just feel like she's trying to get all my friends. Well, and that's the thing, again, that's the important thing. Talking to your friend and saying, was that a space by which they were embracing the realities of the situation, or are they trying to put a false reality into what was actually happening? Sending you so much support, dear, and sending you support on that journey. All right. I got you, Beep. Hold on a minute. Let me find you. Hi, Julia. How are you doing today? All right. And I'm going to pin Beep up here. Guys, make sure to, before we get started, let's do another intuition check. Oh, that's the part I missed, Nikki. Thank you so much for letting me know. Okay. Oh, that's rough. That is so rough. Sending you so much support on that, Bridget. But that would make sense in the terms of someone saying, I thought I had more time. All right, friends, I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, Oh, I see it there now, Bridget. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you guys so much. We're going to do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder, if anybody else would like the final spot on today's list, the list is available and you can claim that spot. All right, and let me just go back. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling good today, Beep. Let me just pin you up here. All right, and I'm going to pin up Beep here. Guys, make sure to give Beep some love. And we're doing a general please for Beep. Woo, they came out fast. 2 more. Don't let petty energy get the best of you. Like that's a major overarching, like I just keep on seeing, like, you know, I keep on seeing when someone's being energetically petty, we should just, I feel like it's building into the context of just having a lot of, I feel like it's almost saying like when you see petty, be sympathetic. Don't be upset, be sympathetic. Is what I keep on seeing. You know, there's something really significant and important in understanding the shape of a person's heart, to want to be energetically petty upon something. You know, I keep on hearing the message, um, um, like pettiness is often reactive to misery, is what I keep on getting. You know, when we are in the space of caring and energetic love, we want to, I keep on hearing, we want to hold each other up. We want to identify and recognize and celebrate, um, like how hard we work towards things. And that's why I keep on seeing, if like, I feel like there's something really significant and important in relationality to you kind of going through some kind of process of healing. And I keep on hearing like not letting another person's pettiness get the better of you, but almost allowing it to fortify. Like sometimes you see someone's pettiness and it fortifies the direction. You know what I mean? Sometimes it fortifies the direction. Sometimes it's like the observation of something that I keep on hearing, observe, don't absorb. Because there's something so significant and important that I see, potentially in relationality to you. um, I feel like I see you kind of like working on something in an incredibly like fundamental way, you know? And I keep on seeing that, like something about working in that way. And I gotta stress this too, especially like the thing with this retrograde period, like I have to stress is don't assume, don't assume intention around something that isn't like moving in the directionality of what it is that you expect. Because something about you doing, I feel like there's something about you, um bringing, I keep on hearing like bringing your own sense of, how do I describe this best? Like I want you to think about being the force of change in unhelpful rooms, is what I keep on hearing. And what do I mean by being the force of change in unhelpful rooms? Which is when, like when it feels like something isn't perfect, not looking at it and getting like not getting upset, but being able to identify and recognize what one can do in a better fashion, or what one can bring, like what one can bring forward into something that would allow, I keep on hearing like some kind of pathwork of positivity, or working into, I keep on hearing like working into the space of making the best out of a circumstance or situation. And I feel like, the problem that's happening a lot with this particular retrograde is it's creating a lot of energetic intensity as it relates to things not moving as smoothly as we would ideally like them to. And I keep on hearing when things are not moving as smoothly as we like them to, it gets very easy to get caught up in our own head about it. It gets very easy to feel like something is directed towards us. But I want you to remember, like, I want you not to let the retrograde get to you, which is not internalizing something that is energetically feeling like it's directed towards you, but rather and instead working towards, I keep on hearing like working towards the better outcome, working towards the energetic solution, doing something in a way that allows you, I keep on seeing like allows you the ability to recognize and identify what it is that you're trying to change or what it is that you're trying to achieve. Now, the reason I say this, particularly and especially, is because tomorrow we've got another planet going into retrograde. So if you're already feeling energetically annoyed by things, right? I keep on seeing make sure that you're articulating upon the frustration, right? Making sure that you're able to identify and recognize what the energetic solution would be. So I feel like the major message that's coming through in this reading is make sure, I keep wondering, make sure if you're articulating about something that isn't working right now, articulate upon what you think would be better. Make sure you're also, I keep wondering, like, make sure that you're bringing the energetic solution with you is what I keep on hearing. Because I feel like there's something that's happening right now for you where like working through an energetic frustration, but being adaptable in the wake of it, that's going to allow the context of a breakthrough. So I feel like don't, don't, don't step backwards through this retrograde cycle. Don't become reactive if something is not the way that you expected or the outcome that you hoped it to be. Allow the adaptability to fortify you in terms of finding the energetic ideal, making the energetic best of a situation. Because I keep on seeing that something about you being energetically adaptable is the context by which you're going to be having a pretty significant breakthrough. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, just something to keep in mind as you go forward, especially with the Lovers card in its reversal right now. I feel like one of the things that's really important that's coming through in this reading is not, I keep wondering, our force of care is best amplified when we don't project our frustration on one another, right? The space by which I keep on hearing blame does not solve things. Solving things solves things. So I want you to be energetically productive. And it feels difficult too, because I feel like it's almost like I almost see you having to work with like it's giving me the type of energy, um like it's giving me the type of energy of someone who makes something unnecessarily complicated for the sake and hope of someone who gets so frustrated because it becomes so complicated that they just effectively do it themselves. And that's what I mean in relationality to navigate. I keep on hearing like navigating energy that I keep on hearing like perseverates or like complains about how hard something is instead of being able to pull their like I keep on hearing like instead of being able to like put that force of intention towards something is what I keep on seeing. Um, don't I keep on saying like don't I keep on hearing observe, don't absorb, which is being able to articulate. And I feel like when somebody does that, or we are able to anticipate that someone's going to be difficult, all we do is try to make something easier. Like I keep on hearing like having to say to someone, like, I can't make it any easier than this. Like trying to work supportively in such a way that you articulate upon everything you're trying to do to allow someone to work with you is often coming through in the observation of what feels like it's energetically directional, someone that's like helpful versus someone that I keep on hearing like versus someone that I feel like everything becomes energetically difficult, specifically and particularly because they're not inclined. I keep on hearing because they're not inclined to work with others. So make sure I keep on getting the same message. Make sure you're not being reactive right now through this retrograde. And I keep wondering if you're coming into a space of making any kind of like it's okay to end. I keep wondering it's okay to end things during eclipse cycles and retrogrades, but make sure that it's something that you had your intention on doing prior to them beginning. So I want you really focusing on your manifestation goals right now, really articulating upon what it is you're trying to do more effectively or what it is you're trying to change. And I keep wondering, don't let another person's fickleness or don't allow another person's lack of reliability to energetically impact your own efficacy or your own direction. Thank you so much, because I keep on seeing there's a breakthrough on the other side of this retrograde. But I keep wondering, it's like it's requiring you to have to like, I keep on seeing like be energetically adaptable in the context of not getting too hard on yourself, but also not projecting that frustration onto another person in the space of the retrograde itself or in the space of the eclipse. Because I keep on saying, and especially if you're feeling frustrated now, like making sure that I feel like if you're having an issue with someone now, articulate upon it now rather than the eclipse starting, because I keep on hearing like the eclipse is going to make something even more difficult to talk about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 70.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Aline, I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to send a donation, I'm happy to pull cards for you. You can find the tree that has Binks in it in my bio to send the donation. All right. And just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm over this game. Oh, I love it. Beep, beep, beep. I signed up last night. Oh, that's cool for coach training. That's exciting. Beautiful, Rainbow. Congratulations. I wonder what it could be. I love the perfection of the number emojis. Yes. I'm so impressed you noticed. Hold on a minute. I was able to turn down a possible relationship because it felt like a test. But that's what I mean too in relationality. Like I see some kind of space by which you're articulating upon your needs more effectively, you know? Like, and I think that there's something significant there too. In terms of how you're articulating like what you are and are not available for. And that's what I meant in terms of like working through some kind of like level of like somebody like I keep on like the testiness. That's what I meant in relationality, some of that pettiness I was picking up on. Perfect illusion in Virgo season. Yes. I'm still healing and working towards a different life path, and not trying to be stuck in cycles. But I feel like even now, like your ability to step away from something that feels like it's not heading in the right direction for you is a sign of you like not just articulating that, but putting the work in. And Superstition, thank you for sharing the live. Oh, okay. That's what I didn't mean tomorrow. I mean, yeah, I meant the 6th. My apologies on that, Rainbow. Yes. Absolutely. And Saturn went to Pisces again today. And we've got the Pisces full moon coming up. It feels like the calm before the storm. Frustrations are there, and I cannot be clear until I was firm. Well, and that's what I mean in relationality. I feel like that was like thank you for saying it, because it's further confirmation in you like doing the work to be energetically grounded before a lot of that intensity of the eclipse. So it says to me like there's a lot of that space of you like identifying and recognizing what's in alignment to you versus what feel. I keep on hearing you saying like this is not that. Like almost like I like I said, like I see like almost like you seeing another person's provocation point and you just being like, I'm not going to be privy to it. I'm not going to stick around for it. Thank you so much, Carla, for getting on the Carly for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for, and the list is closed. Oh. And thankfully he got being friends, but feels like he's staying to see if I change. Well, and that's what I'm seeing even now. Like I feel like there's something, I feel like it's almost giving me a little bit of energy of someone. Like I feel like there's something about you making sure to articulate to another person upon the fact that you're not doing something conditionally, but you're being very energetically clear, is what I keep on seeing. Because I almost see somebody, like that's what I meant in terms of like, I feel like it has a lot to do with a clarity of intention or someone not embodying the manifestation goal that they're articulating that they desire to go towards. I almost showed up as an imposter of a divine counterpart. Oh, that's interesting. I'm curious what you mean by that. But I feel like that's I feel like almost like the space. I feel like I keep on hearing the difference between saying that we're healing from something versus someone who seems like they're waiting for somebody to come back is what I keep on seeing too. Which is I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing like I feel like there's almost something there that you are picking up on in relationality to. I keep on hearing the words that match the action. Kaylee, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Oh, they're Pisces. Interesting. Oh, that's cool, Rainbow. Sending you support on that journey. Hi there, Carlin. How are you doing today? Could you let me know if you're doing a general reading? And I feel like, and here's the thing. I feel like the one thing I got to say with that reading, Beep, is it does feel like someone that like I keep on feeling like I keep on seeing somebody like who thinks that you're being energetically playful. So making sure that you're saying to someone like you don't play in that capacity. Like this, I keep on hearing you almost having to say to someone like this isn't a game, this is my energetic feelings, is what I'm getting. So make sure that someone like make sure you're having clear conversations, especially if someone comes back to you, whatever that was causing that space to require you to have to like lay a boundary. Like I keep on hearing like don't let someone skip the question or don't let someone like it's almost giving me the type of energy of being like this is what I need from you and someone being like yes and then being like hey I got tickets to something, do you want to come with me? You know what I mean? Like it's almost like making sure someone's not skipping over the problem to offer an energetic opportunity. Like I keep on seeing you have to say like we have to resolve this, we don't skip over things. He hit every mark in the beginning and then he rushed things. Sending you so much support on that journey, Beep. I hope that helps. And I keep on hearing too, like healthy relationship, we don't need to rush things, right? There's no rush because it's not that we're trying to get somewhere. It's the ability of building trust. Like trying to commit before friendship trust because I was different. No, I see it. Well, I feel like a lot of that was like a lot of that reading was about you trusting your intuition. All right, and thank you again for having that reading with me, Beep. All right, the final reading today before we move into one card readings for subscribers. We're going to be reading for Carolyn. But before we do so, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, we got a lot of people doubling down on the cow. It's the dog again. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's continue. And Lucy, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, B. All right, and guys, I'm going to pin up Carolyn here. Make sure to give Carolyn some love. We're doing a message general, please, from Spirit. And one more, please. Oh, this is interesting. Carlin, thank you for that, Carlin. Thank you for clarifying. I see some kind of situation or circumstance. Um, I see you like almost like coming into the space of this is like I keep on getting the message that healthy energy does not feel the need to like prove anything to anyone because they're focused on proving it to themselves, is what I keep on seeing. There's something very significant and important there. I just keep on hearing healthy energy does not feel like they need to prove anything to anyone because they're too busy trying to prove like to prove something to our to the self, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really significant about that because um I feel like I see some kind of new energy around you, and it feels healthy. It feels restorative. It feels like it's restoring your confidence in something, is what I keep on seeing. Um, but there's something really significant I see in relationality. It's interesting because it's like it's restoring your confidence in something, and it's also I feel like it's also um it feels like it's how do I describe this best? I feel like it's helping you recognize or work through an energetic limitation. Is what it feels like there's somebody that you're putting your trust in on something, or you're coming to trust someone in a deeper way. And I keep on hearing the same message. It's actually interesting because this is like the exact opposite energy of the one that I just read for, right? The difference between I feel like the energy the reading I just did was somebody who like holds something out and then pulls it back. Like it's a lot of this type of energy. And I keep on hearing when we're in a healthy space, we don't I keep on hearing we don't um tease opportunities. We offer I keep on hearing we offer possibilities. There's something really significant about that. When we're in a healthy space, we don't tease opportunities. We offer possibilities. And I feel like that's what effectively is healing for you in some capacity. Because if there was some kind of space by which your own sense of trust was just like damaged by someone who used to effectively tease an opportunity, right? Which can often feel like that the thing with the teased opportunity is it often feels like it's energetically conditional, right? When someone is in a space of being energetically confident, they don't need to tease anything because what they say is what they mean. What they mean is what they say. Um, and I feel like there's something really important about that because um, I feel like there's something about an energetic connection that you're making right now that is reaffirming your own commitment. Um, I keep on hearing the difference between saying that one would never do something versus the recognition of understanding the quality and conditions by which one is waiting for the perfect opportunity to arise. And I keep on seeing it's like the space by which it's validating your own sense of selectivity, specifically and particularly because it's helping you define upon what feels comfortable to you versus what feels like it's not. And I keep on hearing a healthy energy never takes our discomfort personally, which is the space by which they don't take something that we're not comfortable with and saying why are you saying that, versus the energy says, I totally get it. I feel like a lot of this is to say, be patient right now. Don't rush through a process, because I feel like I see someone near you that wants an opportunity to show you what energetic consistency means. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, especially with the Judgment card and its reversal. You know, this is why we keep an open mind, because when we keep an open mind, we get surprised at the possibilities that are around us. So I feel like it's almost I almost feel like there's some kind of situation that you like articulated upon that said, I will never do this. I almost see some kind of situation being like, yeah, I don't do this, I don't do that. But then, like, the space by which we suddenly realize and say, oh, it's not that I don't do those things. It's like, I don't like the experience by which I've encountered that, or I don't like the person connected to it that's often attached to it. Like, it's the refinement and understanding ourselves that's often defined by meeting an energy that defies our energetic expectations. So I feel like it's almost an encouragement from spirit to keep an open mind upon something. Because again, when we don't navigate a space from cynicism, we allow the possibility of something happening different to surprise and delight us. So I feel like there's something about that. Like, I keep on hearing, don't let cynicism of the past ruin the opportunity of the present, which is, don't allow the trauma of a past experience to shape how you're receiving another person. And I keep on hearing, healthy relationship we can articulate upon um, like the experiences that we have. And I keep on seeing another person doesn't take it personally, they take it expansively. So I feel like, make sure you're having those conversations, and make sure that if someone make sure if you're feeling triggered, you're able to communicate through it instead of reacting to it. Thank you. But I feel like this is very positive energy right now. Like, this feels like a breakthrough, either a breakthrough in communication or a breakthrough that you're having in relationality to your own feelings. Thank you so much, Carlin, for having that reading with me. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is now closed. We are going to move into one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card reading, make sure to recharge your heart me, and you'll also have an animal spirit card. Hold on a minute. I saw something brown. Close, Rainbow. And you're so welcome. Thank you, Carlin. And wishing you support on that journey. Alexandra, thank you for subscribing, dear. Hold on a minute. You are spot on. Thank you for helping me connect those dots. Yeah, and I keep on seeing, like, there's something important that's helping you refine upon. I keep on hearing there's something important that's helping you refine upon nuance behind the difference between saying, I don't like something, versus saying, I don't like the context by which I've experienced something. Like, that's something that I keep on seeing is coming through very heavily in relationality to something that's occurring around you right now. Thank you again, dear. All right, I got you, Bridget. And all right. Oh, who got the second highest here? I'm gonna check. All right, cool. All right, I've got you here. One card for Bridget on how Hazel will be while you're dog sitting for 2 weeks. I mean, they'll miss you, is what I see. Like, like I see a little bit of energy, like navigating through lonesomeness. It's really funny though. There's an animal spirit guide here. I feel like they understand. They have complete understanding. This animal knows that you go to take care of other animals. So I feel like they're working through loneliness. But I feel like the loneliness is not because they feel like you're not coming back, but they feel like the frustration of not accompanying you is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, but I feel like, again, like I feel like they're more concerned about you. When you're not there, I feel like they're more worried about you than anything. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the fox. They can take care of themselves. I keep on hearing, like, they're big. They're like they're not worried about them. They're worried about you. They're like, I hope they're not getting into trouble. I got you, Oracle Erica. Highest priority, please. Yeah, more Page of Pentacles. You know, like I keep on hearing. It's a continuation of the reading that I gave to you, which is context is key, right? The difference between like the question of another person doing something by saying I have to versus was it necessary is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, making sure someone's not articulating in the space of saying that they have no choice when you've clearly given them choices is someone who's on. I keep on hearing get like the sound that you will like somebody saying I have no choice when you've clearly given them other options is someone going on an ego trip. Animal spirit guide, please, for Oracle Erica. Yeah, you might want to reaffirm to another person that if someone says I have no choice, being like I've given you clear choices, let me represent them. Here, let me make those choices even easier, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing, be the force that greases the wheels, but also recognize the fact that the wheels are existent. One card on how they're feeling for, hold on a minute. One sec, just backing up. Chrissy, one card on how they're feeling, please. I feel like I see somebody going through like some kind of feeling of energetic devastation in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Yeah, I don't know if like these are two huge cards to be in like connection to each other, you know? Like I keep on seeing someone like almost going through some kind of personal crisis in relationality to like what their path work is, you know? Um, animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the fire dragon. Like I almost see some like here's the thing, when we don't have our temper in check, we ruin the things we care about because often the energy that we care most about experiences the worst of us instead of the best of us. So I almost see somebody like coming into some acknowledgement point of recognizing how their temper has like caused them in being in some kind of space of isolation, you know? Um, all right. Hannah, one card highest priority, please, for Hannah. I've got the Four of Swords and it's upright. I feel like this is a time, like I said, like just focusing on grounding right now, feeling energetically restorative, not rushing processes. Specifically with the King of Wands, right? Taking like you're not going to miss anything that's for you. And I keep on seeing like being the force of change in like slow rooms, which is like the ability of saying like, is there something I can do to make something easier or speed something up? Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the clear manifestation card, right? Don't get frustrated if things are moving slowly. Things can be happening under the surface that we might not recognize or realize. So I keep on seeing, give someone the benefit of the doubt. Don't come into a space of assumption right now. Ella, one card, highest good, please. Love that. Like identify, like I keep on hearing, your boundaries only hurt someone who's throwing themselves against them, right? If someone is articulating upon the fact that you're being energetically impossible, be like, help and understand and recognize. I keep on hearing you don't need to explain your standards to everyone. Often energy that is not willing to meet our standards will ask us to explain them or question them instead of honoring the fact that we have them. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the bull, right? Which is the space by which I keep on seeing, like the space by which I like another person is respective of them instead of constantly questioning them. I keep on hearing it's not polite to insist, especially if we've articulated our comfort level upon something. Ella, thank you so much, dear. I got you, Rainbow. One card on new or old energies around me. If this is, or if this is Virgo Hermit time to focus on goals. I feel like interestingly, I think that it is a bit of both. I think it's a time where you effectively prioritize whether someone is meeting you energetically with what you're giving back. Like It's saying to me, like, it's almost like working towards balance, like finding a healthy balance in relationality to focusing on the self and leaving energy, like leaving some time to prioritize connection, but not getting overly invested in it is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially as it relates to past connections. I keep on hearing if past connections come back, remember that is not a chalkboard erase moment, that is a bookmark. You pick up exactly where you left off. You don't skip over what was causing the problem in the first place, especially with the fox, right? Don't, like, I keep on hearing, like, the ability to articulate upon, like, if energy comes back from the past, it's not a fresh start, it's a revisitation on where you left off. It's just reaffirming that over and over again. Cool beans, one card on the month ahead would be great. I got you, dear. Work on grounding right now. Work on not being reactive, build towards stability, articulating upon what creates that feeling of stability for you, especially with the Page of Wands I keep on seeing. Um, it does feel like there's some inner child healing, but I feel like the inner child healing is I keep on hearing, like, your value is not determined with another expectations of you. I keep on hearing there's something that happens this month in recognizing in recognizing the healthy connections that support you, rather energy that demands things from you. Animal spirit guide, yeah, with the goose, right? I keep on hearing the space by which, like, the goose energy is articulating upon like the understanding of the fact, like, not taking things personally, or understanding that everybody is going through something in a certain capacity. I feel like it's almost like, I feel like I see a lot of the work of you going through this month, not taking things personally, but just being energetically effective. All right. And thank you for renewing your subscription, Ava. Grace, one card. Oh, ruminating or reminiscing. You got two cards coming through. I knew that was, it's more, I keep on hearing both, because remember when I said it's the space by which you're letting go of things that the old self used to hold on to, but asking yourself, am I holding on to this because the higher self needs it, or because the old self misses it, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, bottom of the deck with the Page of Wands, right? Like, working through the affirmation of understanding. I keep on hearing the things that become energetically, like, anything that isn't necessary is a distraction, is what I keep on hearing. There's something valuable about this. Yeah, especially with the hawk, like building into a pathwork of refining. One card on divine counterpart for Ava, please. I keep on hearing the energetic connection that's for you is going to find you perfect. And that doesn't mean you are perfect, but even in your imperfection, they find perfection there. I see them trying to perfect themselves. Like, they're working on healing in this way. And I feel like they're coming out of some kind of feeling of hermit mode that they may have been in, like, the last 6 months or so. Can I get an animal spirit guide card? Yeah, especially with the crane. They're being much more selective on where they're applying their energy, or what they're putting their energy to. I keep on hearing, it's like, I keep on seeing someone that's like, they may have used to, like I keep on hearing quality over quantity and connection right now. Fig, one card from divine counterpart, please. Oh, wow. This person is like, I feel like this is somebody, like, having an awakening right now. Like, I feel like there's something about them coming into some kind of deeper truth. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially, like, it's giving me, like, and that's why I said, like, often, that the context of awakening is like coming into some kind of, like, harsh reality. And so I almost see, like, someone that's, like, working through something in a way that's, like, changing their own conception on something that they thought of before, or potentially rejecting some kind of old belief system in the process. Yeah, the seal energy, like, it's giving me a little bit of an energy that's like, Like when we look at something and say I was going about it all wrong, like that's when we start, right? It's giving me a lot of that energy of someone who's they're seeing the world in a whole different way as it relates to something that they had not conceived before. You're welcome, Bridget. I'm always getting into trouble. Oh, but that's kind of trouble. I got you, Lala. One card, highest priority, please. Six of Cups. You get to decide what closure is. Don't let another person tell you what they think is and is not healthy for you. And often I keep on hearing someone that says that conversation will be good for closure is looking for an opening. Bottom of the deck, the Moon card, right? I keep on hearing like the observation of another person bringing clarity. Like if you're experiencing something that's confusing, let the confusion be the closure. All right, friends, you're so welcome, dear. Hold on a moment. You're welcome. I tried to tell my family adults can no longer get in trouble, and they were all like, "Oh, yes, they can." And I was like, oh, "Okay, that's funny." You're so welcome, Ava. All right, final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you became, I got you, Alexander, one card, please, on this week. Don't get overwhelmed. I keep on hearing, make those lists, prioritize, get one thing done at a time. Don't try to take on more than you can at one moment. Yeah, especially with the High Priestess. You're not going to miss anything for you. I keep on hearing, like, build a list, prioritize that list, and don't deviate from it. Animal Spirit Guide. Yeah, especially with the hair. Like I keep on hearing, like, the space by which you navigate sudden changes is, I keep on hearing, like you can anticipate them like, I keep on hearing, giving yourself some wiggle room for anything unexpected to occur is what I keep on seeing. Hold on a moment. One card for Melly General, please. The past is a library, not an armory. If someone's bringing up the past, make sure they're doing so in a way so they can move forward, not trying to use it as a condition by which you're receiving something in the present. Yeah, right. You can say to someone, like, that's not like stopping a conversation by saying, like, I keep on hearing the same message when we use the past to identify, like, why we're arriving in the present. Then it's the space by which we always can find a reason not to do something instead of finding a reason to empower. So make sure you're having empowering conversations if the past comes up. Solutions, not problems. One card, I feel like that's not helpful, is a powerful prayer. One card, did I see a ghost this weekend or a real person in the middle of the night on a scary road? You want one card? Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, with the star card, it's feeling a little supernatural in here is what I'm seeing. I feel like there's something about it. Like, I don't know why I keep on seeing, like, I see you almost trying to, like, ground something into reality and being like, it doesn't make any sense. Right? Like, I see you almost like working through the energetical logic of something. I don't know what this was. It seems really wild, you know? Um, Animal Spirit Guide, yeah, Earth Dragon. Like, I see you trying to ground something in reality and then, like, shaking your head. Um, it's I keep on, there's some very magical cards that I'm seeing there. I think you missed a few. I'm checking back. If I missed someone, if I missed you guys, please make sure to reaffirm. Put the question again. All right, Nikki, one card on the energy surrounding the unknown number that keeps coming up for me today. I feel like it's helping you recognize and work through energetic surrender, and remembering surrender is not giving up. It's allowing, I keep on hearing, like, allowing, I keep on hearing, like, having healthy and having empathy for the experience that another person is inhabiting in relationality to working through some kind of point of vulnerability. Yeah, and I feel like this is also, like, making sure that you're not feeling energetically triggered by the past. But I keep on hearing the same thing. The past is a library, not an armory. Making sure you're having productive conversations in the space of affirmation. I keep on hearing when we care about each other, we affirm each other, which is the space by which we allow the possibility of doing something in a better way or giving each other the confidence, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the air dragon. Having energetic perspective, articulating upon manifestation goals, allowing the manifestation goals to fortify our direction. I got you, Ruby. One card on whether or not he'll be back. He'll be back from. I'll hear back from. Okay, what's going on with that energy, please? I see someone who's like really intimidated by you. Is what I keep on seeing. I feel like you'll hear back from them, but I see some. Like I almost see someone that like doesn't want to blow it with you, or it feels like they kind of have already in some point. I don't know what like I keep on seeing like these are some very, very strong cards here, you know? Like this is the energy of like looking at you and being like, this is not someone to play around with or toy around. Like it's giving me like the space of someone being like loud and clear in some way. I don't know what this conversation was that you had. Yeah, especially with the horse, right? Like I feel like I see somebody that recognizes that you've got the energetic maturity, and I feel like it's them kind of. I feel like this is them having to like work through their own energetic direction or being able to articulate what their manifestation goals are. Kaylee, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes, Dragon. Definitely. Do you see those are very wild cards? I want to hear more about that. Go post that information in a disco, dude. Yes, you are worth varying difficulty levels. We all are like that. Okay. Excellent. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, guys. Horse Girls Unite. They keep leaving me on red, but it feels like, and I feel like it's almost the energy that's like, I feel like something about this is like they're intimidated, but they don't want to get back to you until they're ready to answer, is what I keep on seeing. Like it almost feels like someone that needs some kind of time to sit down and absorb what you said to be able to respond effectively. All right, friends. I want to thank you guys. Final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today, would like a card pulled. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in, I love that, just reach on top people. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount. Hold on, see, my question was about someone that keeps calling. Oh, I thought it was like on an angel number. That's what I thought you meant, Nikki. But here's the thing about it too. I need to articulate this. If it's some kind of I thought you were saying the number you keep on seeing. Oh, but it's also the same thing. I keep on seeing healthy energy won't call you on unknown numbers. Healthy energy won't call you on unknown numbers to see if you're available, is what I keep on getting. It's the same mess energy. Like it feels like somebody trying to connect with you who is not clear on their manifestation goals. So it's like, I feel like it's almost like it's giving me like the pesky energy of someone that like energetically misses you and trying to hear from you, but not wanting to let you know that they want to speak to you. Okay. Yeah, it did still make sense. I'm like, it's the same message is what I keep on getting. All right, friends. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And again, if you head over to the perk section, you'll find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program over on Stack. Our next class is going to be on Wednesday, September 17th. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. I will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile, hit the bell there. You can also turn on notifications. And also make sure you register for the event in case the notifications don't go through. Hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.